Good morning. I'm Robert White, Council Member at Large and Chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Friday, May 30th, 2025. The time is 9:11 a.m., and we're meeting in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and on Zoom. I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing on the DC Housing Authority. We finally made it to budget oversight season. A lot of us thought we would never get here. Every year, the council and the mayor agree on a time frame for starting the process that Congress laid out in the Home Rule Act. The mayor has the exclusive authority to propose a budget, and the council, as a co-equal branch, has the power of the purse, that is the power to pass a final budget and send it back to the mayor for a signature before it goes to Congress. As you all know, this year the process is starting almost 2 months late. Part of that is because Congress needlessly and recklessly demolished our current fiscal year budget, which threw the mayor's team off. And part of it is because the mayor and her team decided to slow walk their submission even after it was clear that we needed to get a move on. As a result, the entire spring legislative council calendar was thrown into chaos. My committee and most other committees found ourselves unable to either work on the budget or schedule ordinary legislative hearings while we were waiting because the calendar was locked down with the budget hearing holds. We finally got the mayor's proposed budget on Tuesday of this week, and unfortunately, we're operating on a compressed timeline this year. So we're already holding our first hearing just a couple of days after we got the mayor's budget proposal. Everyone who is taking time to weigh in today on pretty short notice compared to previous years, you have my heartfelt thanks. I know it has been a lot, but I do look forward to hearing your insights. Now that we have the budget before us, we're working to understand any cuts the mayor is proposing and to course correct if it seems like we're cutting the wrong programs. We will not be able to avoid making some painful cuts this year. For the first time in 3 decades, we are confronting an economic downturn that is serious enough to decrease our revenues and put us into a financial deficit. It's our responsibility to make sure that this budget sets our city up for rapid and inclusive recovery. We cannot afford an extended slump like the one I grew up in, nor can we afford a recovery like the one we saw in the 2000s, where some economic indicators soared and the government coffers filled back up, but many longtime DC families could no longer afford to live here. As chair of the Housing Committee, I'm focused on efforts to get and keep people housed and prevent mass displacement. And at the same time, I'm focused on ways to make sure the housing construction and preservation industry keeps churning. If our population keeps growing, but we don't build and preserve housing to keep up with demand, we can expect most housing to get more and more expensive in the coming years. DCHA works on both sides of the equation. It pays a portion of the rent for tens of thousands of people with lower incomes. DCHA also is DC's largest landlord for the thousands of people living in our aging public housing buildings. And as federal assistance for the public housing program dwindles, DCHA also has to lead a transformation of those aging buildings into mixed income communities where we can continue to serve folks who have a hard time paying rent on their own and open up new units for people of all incomes. DCHA still gets most of its money from HUD, but the district government has put hundreds of millions of dollars toward local vouchers and public housing maintenance. We also contribute toward the small dedicated police force that patrols public housing communities. The mayor's budget proposal for DCHA next year would keep voucher investments at the same level as this year, even though the demand for new voucher assistance remains extremely high. The proposed budget would also eliminate recurring investment of over $7 million per year that this committee set up in last year's budget process. The mayor's budget proposes to cut public housing maintenance, cut the housing rehabilitation fund that helps private landlords maintain affordable rents while making needed improvements, and reduces the funding for St. Elizabeth's infrastructure, which is where we've been building a lot of our workforce housing. This is a setup for a new wave of displacement, and I'm incredibly concerned. I can't reverse many of these proposed cuts from within the committee's budget, but we need to hear from but we're going to have to work with the council more broadly to make sure we are addressing housing concerns and the needs of our most vulnerable residents. We also need to hear from Director Pettigrew and his team about how they anticipate this proposed budget affecting their operations and their ability to assist our neighbors with the lowest incomes. One of the things I've been trying to do since I took over as chair of the Housing Committee is push our agencies to do more with less, because the inevitability of this deficit has been clear for some years, given economic indicators and some spending choices that we have made as a city. So I've really pushed agencies to set key performance indicators and clear, smart goals so that we can collectively be focused on the things that move the needle the most and hold ourselves accountable for improvements. Some agencies have worked better in this structure than other agencies. I do want to say that the Housing Authority under Director Pettigrew's leadership has been one of our more transparent agencies. In the beginning, we still had issues with data, but much of that was because the data that the agency and this director and team inherited was useless. And so working to get the data together to understand what the data mean, what's accurate, what's not accurate, and then identify what are the key indicators that let us know whether we're moving in the right direction or not, is something that we have really pushed forward. And I want to thank Sean Cuddihigh, our deputy committee director, for really spearheading that aspect of our operations. Last thing I will say is just a thanks to the committee team. In addition to the very short time that they have had to review this budget, they also facilitated and prepared me for a 15-hour hearing on rental housing 2 days ago. And so they have really been burning the candle at every end and performing phenomenally, even under the best circumstances. So I just want to recognize their work and say thank you, because it has been a lot. Before we start the hearing and start to hear from our public witnesses, which we will divide between, or at least we'll try to based on who's here in person and virtual witnesses, I want to lay out the ground rules. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call those on the list in panels. When I do, if you're virtual, staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to Zoom panelist so that you can testify. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back into the hearing as a panelist, after which you'll be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners testifying in that capacity will have 5 minutes. After that, we'll hear from government witnesses who will have 10 minutes to testify. Last note, if you see me and my team looking down or at our screens during your testimony, it is almost certainly because we are taking notes or facilitating the hearing, not scrolling social media or ignoring your testimonies. In fact, I take notes so I can make sure I comprehend and remember what folks are saying in their testimonies. But it's important for folks that take the time and energy to testify to know that we appreciate and respect your testimony. With that, we will call up our first panel of witnesses. I see, I think, 3 public witnesses in here today. Is that right? 1, 2, 3. Let me invite you all to the table, and if you would just identify yourself as you come up so we can mark you off the witness list, and that'll be our first panel. Okay. 2. There we are. All right. We have 7 people online. Excellent. Good morning. Could each of you just say who you are? I know 2 of your names, but if I make everyone say their name, then I don't give away whose name I don't remember.
Sure. Good morning. I'm Andy Wasnick.
I'm Kelly Sweeney McShane, Community of Hope.
Thank you. All right. Tamara, would you like to testify first or last on this panel? First? Or Perfect. If you turn on your mic and you can begin.
Okay. My name is Tamara Duggleby, and I have a background in development and financing of mixed income housing. I am a DC resident from Ward 3. Some of the key elements that perpetuate this ongoing crisis are self-reinforcing. And if they're not addressed individually and in direct dialogue between the process participants, the situation is only going to continue and get worse, with anticipated inflation particularly. The following issues must be addressed in order to increase affordable housing availability in DC. Number one, the long time that is required in order to obtain an apartment in DC that's voucher affordable. Recent research by WIN and other concerned organizations has revealed this can take 4 to 6 months for a tenant to rent an affordable unit in DC. Why? Because processing for an available unit and voucher has to go through 2 departments in DC, as you know, as we all know. When a DC resident applies for help in renting an apartment, the housing unit has to be inspected and approved by HCD, and the rent approved there. Another office, DCHA, has to approve, work with, and provide each individual who qualifies with a housing voucher. If an apartment and a rent are not approved, the applying tenant has to go through that process again. The primary reason for the statement that it can take up to 6 months to find and rent a voucher accepting unit. The next issue is, as a contributing factor, is the lack of staff at those agencies, those offices, which can process and move applicants forward. This has been documented over and over again by not-for-profits that have done recent research. This is a budget item. And it's also been brought up by 2 human service provider not-for-profits that testified at yesterday's human service hearing. The key message here is increasing the benefits is one thing, improving the way they are delivered is another. Increasing that capacity is going to be an important issue as far as budget on housing goes. Issue number 3, the uncertain status of housing assistance available through the DC government. Until the recent council released update, the status of an emergency bill that would have changed key components of the ERAP was not known. It is now. Issue 4, lack of accessible and effective vehicles for integrating into the discussion process. For some of these issues, all parties are affected by the current lack of housing. Tenants who require vouchers or other assistance, or on the risk of being evicted. DC employees who work at DCHCD and DCHA and are unable to handle the demand for vouchers. Developers of small to medium scale mixed income rental housing in DC who've successfully developed and managed this kind of housing. And this includes a significant number of units accepting vouchers. How have they done this, and what are the constraints they face in continuing? As well as capable and concerned not-for-profit organizations that have been trying to serve people who qualify for and are in need of affordable housing. You have to ask yourself the question, in closing, what is being transformed in the mayor's proposed 2026 budget in terms of economic growth. It's attraction of new businesses and new recreational facilities like RFK, largely. It's not the delivery of affordable housing and human services. Thank you for allowing me to testimony this morning.
Andy, welcome. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Andy Wasenick. I am a proud Ward 4 voter and Director of Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. Miriam's Kitchen leads the Way Home campaign, a movement to end long-term homelessness in DC, and as such, we support the campaign's funding recommendations. Today, I will focus my testimony on permanent supportive housing, which I also addressed in my testimony yesterday before the Committee on Human Services. This budget does nothing to end chronic homelessness for single adults. While the recently released report from this year's point-in-time count showed a modest reduction in homelessness over last year, largely driven by further reductions in family homelessness, there was one area in the report that showed an increase: the number of unaccompanied adults experiencing chronic homelessness. 1,430 single adults reported having been homeless for more than 12 months. It is likely that number has gone up since then, with more people timing into chronic status than we have new resources entering the system. The recommended intervention for people experiencing chronic homelessness is permanent supportive housing. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget includes $0 for permanent supportive housing for single adults. Permanent supportive housing is a nationally recognized housing-first best practice that works with a 92% national success rate. Miriam's Kitchen's PSH program has a 99% success rate. It saves lives, improves health and well-being, and even saves the district money. In the past, I have testified before this committee about how PSH voucher process takes too long. This is still true, but it is improving. So far this fiscal year, 434 individuals have leased up and received the life-saving intervention of PSH. And thanks in part to the advocacy of Miriam's Kitchen and our partner agencies like Community of Hope, the backlog of pending voucher applications has been reduced by more than half, and good progress continues to be made. Additionally, leadership from DHS and DCHA have agreed to participate in a third-party facilitated process review along with provider staff to find ways to streamline the voucher match to lease-up process and get that timeline down to 90 days. To that end, I would like to thank Director Pettigrew for his responsiveness, energy, and willingness to engage. Hopefully, in the coming weeks, we will be able to plan and schedule the process review. DHS and DCHA have the ability, resources, and most importantly, the willingness to make the system better. Implementation concerns should not be a reason to not fund PSH for singles. We will not achieve the city's vision in Homeward 2.0 to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-recurring if there are no PSH resources for single adults. The problem will only continue to get worse as more people will become chronically homeless over time, and there are scant few resources in this budget for homeless single adults at all, and it could be potentially disastrous if looming losses of Medicaid and food assistance cause people to lose housing due to high medical bills and not being able to afford food. While at the same time, this council considers legislation to make evictions easier for landlords. The Way Home campaign is requesting an investment of 1,260 vouchers per year, PSH vouchers per year for 3 years to perhaps once and for all realistically end chronic homelessness in DC and certainly stave off potential disaster. I encourage this committee and this council to be bold and take this opportunity to act, find a way to make this investment and move us forward in ending chronic homelessness, not backward. The system can handle it. The moment demands it.
Thank you very much. Kelly Sweeney Mixway.
Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the staff and the Committee on Housing. I'm Kelly Sweeney McShane, President and CEO of Community of Hope. Community of Hope is both a federally qualified community health center as well as a provider of services for families and individuals across the homelessness continuum of care. In 2024, our housing program served about 1,600 unique households, including 339 families in rapid rehousing, 296 families, and 122 individuals in permanent supportive housing, all of whom have subsidies with the DC Housing Authority. I'm here today to discuss how the DCHA can partner with providers and advocates to effectively use the funding allocated in the FY26 budget to implement system improvement that will speed up the application and lease processes, giving more people access to stable housing. I will also echo what I said yesterday in the Committee on Human Services, that we definitely need more permanent supportive housing, particularly for individuals. We're pleased there's some PSH for families, but concerned about no PSH for individuals. And we really don't want system inefficiencies to be the reason why there aren't new resources to help those who are very vulnerable. Over the past few months, Community of Hope, along with Miriam's Kitchen and several other housing providers, and we testified at the last hearing as well, have been meeting with DCHA leadership to push for system improvements such that clients can be matched to a voucher and housed within 90 days. We are requesting that DCHA, DHS, representatives from homeless service providers, and people with lived experience gather to conduct an externally facilitated process review to identify ways to improve and streamline the pathway from voucher match to lease up. We feel that by convening a group of participants from agencies and organizations familiar with the whole system, we can gain a shared understanding of workflows and create a shared action plan to address system inefficiencies and backlogged applications. And from there, publicly shared metrics would allow us to monitor progress as providers and district agencies. I'm pleased to say that Director Pettigrew and his team have been very receptive to our ideas and suggestions, and we've had several meetings over the last several months. I'm looking forward to scheduling a date for the process review, which we're hoping will be at the end of June. Providers have shared a list of areas of concern and possible solutions with both DHS and the Housing Authority, and DCHA has shared some information regarding the time spent on each step of the process. With combined commitment from agency leadership, providers, and people with lived experience, I believe we're on track to design and implement a system-wide effort to identify delays and prioritize the review and processing of applications. It's more important than ever, to your point, that we be efficient with our use of resources and time to provide as many people as possible with timely access to safe and stable housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Betty Gentle.
Greetings, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Betty Gentle, and I serve as a Senior Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for SUM Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that has worked for over 50 years to break the cycles of poverty and homelessness by providing essential services, deeply affordable housing, and pathways to long-term stability for our most marginalized neighbors. SUM is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition and the Coalition, formerly CNHED. Since launching our first transitional housing program in 1986 and our first long-term affordable housing development in 1989, we have acquired, renovated, or developed over 20 deeply affordable housing properties, housing thousands of seniors, single adults, and families. Our longstanding partnership with DCHA has played a vital role in that work. Mayor Bowser has described this year's budget proposal as a budget for DC's future, and we agree that planning for the future is essential. But a truly just and sustainable future must include the people who call DC home today. Economic growth cannot come at the cost of displacement, deepening inequality, or the erasure of longstanding communities. A future that excludes people based on income is no future at all. The gap between aspiration and reality continues to widen. Housing production and preservation have slowed alarmingly, and the district is at risk of losing significant affordable housing stock that anchors families and individuals to this city. While the recent 2025 point-in-time count reflects a 9% decrease in overall homelessness, more than 3,800 single adults and 400 families still go without stable housing on any given day. Among housed residents, nearly 45% of renters are rent burdened, and for renters earning below 30% of the AMI, the figure skyrockets to 85.2%. The FY26 budget must be more than aspirational and must be inclusive. It must reflect a growth agenda that centers economic equity, expands deeply affordable options, preserves public housing, and protects residents' ability, regardless of income, to remain and thrive in the district they call home. First, LRSP is essential to housing more of DC's lowest income residents. For the district to fulfill its legal mandate to direct at least 50% of HPTF dollars toward residents earning at or below 30% of the median family income, it must pair that investment with robust funding for the local rent supplement program, particularly the project and sponsor-based components. LRSP is not optional, and it's a cornerstone that makes deeply affordable housing operational. It ensures rents remain sustainable for low-income households while allowing providers to maintain their properties for the long term. At SUM, we are seeing rising demand firsthand. Since last fall, our housing intake team has received a significant increase in applications. More older adults are calling to request senior housing, often expressing a strong preference for buildings with age-appropriate features and supportive programming. At the same time, we're seeing more young adults aged 18 to 25 seeking emergency services and housing, trends that were far less common for us in previous years. These calls underscore the growing and urgent need for deeply affordable housing across the lifespan. Without adequate LRSP funding, the promise of low-income housing, no matter how much is allocated to HBCF, remains out of reach. These requests are not just line items, they're critical tools to address the worsening housing crisis within the constraints of the district's current financial outlook. Second, invest in public housing repairs to protect existing affordable homes. At the same time, we cannot ignore the longstanding disrepair of DC's public housing stock. The chronic underfunding of maintenance and capital improvements documented extensively over decades has left thousands of residents in conditions that threaten their health and safety. Mold, pests, and structural decay should not be daily realities for families and seniors trying to build stable lives. Healthy housing is foundational. We, along with the Fair Budget Coalition, continue to urge the council to allocate at least $60 million annually for public housing repairs. We simply cannot afford to lose more of these vital homes to neglect. Each uninhabitable unit displaces residents and intensifies pressure on our already limited affordable housing stock. SUM is grateful for the chance to testify and deeply honored to contribute to the vital work of creating affordable housing and combating homelessness across the district. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. So let me dig into some of this. I love when people come to testify, but one of the issues is when we have like 180 witnesses, I can't ask a lot of questions, but we don't have as many. I can dig into a few things. Let me start, I think, with Andy Wasenick. One of the things I like hearing, one of the ways I measure the work of the committee is by the number of people who show up to our hearings to complain or raise concerns that really shouldn't have to require a hearing. And so I've seen over the past few years a decrease in the number of people showing up to our oversight hearings and budget hearings to say, hey, I need a hole in my wall fix. That to me is a good thing. It's an indicator. It's not perfect, but it's an indicator. What I'm hearing from you, Andy, and from you, Kelly, is we still have a long way to go, but there seems to be some partnership with the agency, which is the most important ingredient, and some progress on timelines, but a collective recognition that we got to keep moving in that direction. So we've got to keep our foot on the gas. And thank you to DCHA leadership for engaging in that. We have to surround ourselves with people who will critique us, not just the folks who will tell us we're doing a good job. And that it takes a good leader to do that, to invite those people in to say, hey, here are the things that you're missing. And it takes good people willing to engage the government, which you might be knocking on that door for years before that door cracks open. So thank you all for the work that you're doing. Andy, the couple things that raise some concern that I want to work through. One, the request for, I think it was 1,260 vouchers per year for the next 3 years. The last time the council put a lot of vouchers in the budget, they sat on the shelf. This was 3 or 4 years ago. Very disappointing. We raised taxes. We were going to try to end homelessness, and we kind of got met with agency capacity issues. How do we avoid that this time?
Well, this is a request that's 1,260. I mean, we don't give them all away at one time, right? So this is thinking, that roughly 100 to 110 a month is a pace that we can keep up with, over a year. Saying, yes, this was a problem in the past. I'm going to be honest, my personal point of view on that is that for the years prior to that big, gifting of resources, requests from advocates like myself, weren't met to the same degree. We would ask for 600, we would ask for 800, we would get 300 or 400. And so we get to a period of time where we have a real problem, where I feel if the requests of the Way Home campaign had been more closely met over the years, we would have had capacity already built up rather than all at once being swamped
That's a
and
fair
having to
point.
build capacity in the middle of a pandemic, no less, there were all kinds of difficulties. But I mean, I think there were a lot of issues across the board, right? Like, that I think a lot of it's been solved. We have, staffed up, like resources are being implemented. And there was a lot of discussion behind the scenes. It's like, what should this ask be? Because like, there were those that wanted to ask for a lot more, right?
Yeah.
Because depending on what numbers you got from the TCP, they're saying that the number of chronic people is actually 3,000 or 4,000 people right now and not 1,400. But like, we're like, well, that's too many. Like that probably we can't handle. So we're trying to be realistic. And also in making the request that it be something that recurs over years. Like we've never had that, that investment or like saying, it's always a year-to-year thing. Like, oh, what can we cobble together here?
Let me do this. Take a quick divergence based on something you raised, and this is for you and for Betty. The point in time count showed a reduction in homelessness.
Yeah.
In your experiences, I know there's a lot of debate around how accurate that number is, and it's not going to be perfect. Are you seeing a reduction in homelessness at least?
I can't say that we are seeing, like at Miriam's Kitchen, we're seeing something that relates it. I also can't say that we're not seeing
Yeah.
it, but like the numbers of
Okay.
people, partly because like on our outreach team, for example, like we are shorter staffed. And so because of that, we're not seeing as many people. It's hard to make that judgment. I know that at Miriam's, we are serving a high volume of meals, higher than we have like in the past. And that's been
Yeah.
consistent for a year. And, like the number of people who are sleeping outside, like that actually equals 96 people. I did the math on that, being a former outreach worker. So, part of that is outreach doing their job. Part of that is very much due to DMHHS, like chasing people all over the place, and people moving to other jurisdictions are being harder to find deeper in the woods in Rock Creek Park.
Betty, what are you seeing from some?
So I would say that our frontline staff, so the folks who like work in the dining hall, would say that it's consistent. And like that spoke about in my testimony with our housing intake team, so the folks who are actually receiving the calls about people searching for housing, they are definitely seeing an increase. Now, we just got a new intake system, I think in July. But since then, just looking at Q3 and Q4 of last year, the numbers for Q1 and Q2 of this year are up. And in both settings, and people looking for housing and then also emergency services, we're seeing a lot of young people, which our housing population has traditionally been older. And so that's been a new trend. But like I said, also in seeing more older adults who are looking for senior housing. So the population seems consistent, but it's also jumps in older adults needing housing and younger adults.
I was
needing
glad
housing.
you mentioned that in your testimony. I think we're missing the significant housing need for older folks, particularly seniors. Kelly, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I would add, I think we've seen a decrease in the family shelters. They're actually, Community of Hope operates 2 short-term family houses. They have not been full for a while, but I think it's because the interventions are working and this budget is defunding some of those. So outreach, permanent supportive housing, sort of what's going to happen with rapid rehousing and families. And so homelessness prevention for individuals. So I think, again, sort of the testimony yesterday was about like all the pieces need to work together. And I think they've been working. But if we start breaking it down,
Well, one
it
of the
doesn't
things
as
I'll
well.
challenge us to do in this budget is, we recognize we won't be able to fund everything that we did in previous years. But that means we have to be better at identifying what are the things that will move us backwards in a way that's actually going to really hurt us later. For instance, as all of you know, once somebody becomes homeless, it's much harder on them. It also costs people a lot more. And what I try to do is think and speak in other people's priorities, right? Most people, I'd say in DC, are sensitive to homelessness, but they're not moved to action by homelessness. They are moved to action by rising taxes or things that are going to cost them more money. So I think collectively we'll have to think about, what are the most important things that we do right now to prevent more harm later, and then think about how does that how does that impact the average person in a way that makes them say, yeah, we need to support that priority because there are going to be so many competing priorities, and the housing and human services aspects are to that really frighten me, given where we are right now.
And I would just go back to, again, housing, because if you don't have the housing, people
Yeah.
are going to end up in shelters, and we're going to be building more and more shelters and go back to the DC.
That's
I
right.
mean, we won't go back to DC general days, but I do worry that we go
Right.
back to years that families and people are
Well,
staying
you know,
in shelter.
DC General is built in times like this by the decisions we make and don't make. DC General didn't just appear in 2016. It happens over time. There was something I wanted to go to. Oh, so like the mayor's budget proposes no changes in local voucher funding through DCHA. The total proposed amount is almost 164 million. But DCHA's latest public report on local voucher spending indicates that as of March, the agency anticipates spending about 156 million this fiscal year for these vouchers, and so there's like almost 5% cushion. Does that mean that this is enough funding?
I don't know, and I mean, the director would be able to better speak to this, but like, we also have an issue. There are about 587 EHV, emergency housing vouchers, for which the funding is going to disappear this coming fiscal year, in fiscal year 26, that we're going to have to transfer people to other resources. Where those are coming from, I think the director may have an idea, but like, I don't know where, like, that's something that I just wanted to flag for you, that's sort of like next year's housing headache in terms of homeless services and things like that, because those 587 people are DHS clients. They're in the PSH program, but they're on federal resources.
Ms. Doubleby, one of the things you mentioned, and I appreciate your breakdown of the housing issues. You mentioned a couple times that there is a staff issue, not enough staff.
Yeah.
How do we know, or how do you conclude that the issue is staff and not, say, just the lack of housing that people can afford that also is in a place that they feel safe with their families? Why do you conclude that it's an issue of staff not being able to process enough, as opposed to people just really taking a long time to find housing because it's tough?
It is an issue, and it's been documented by WIN, Washington Interfaith Network, of which I am a member, as well as Ward 3 Housing Justice, where there's an organization that is trying to increase the approval of affordable units in the wealthiest ward. But it has been documented. I know of 4 not-for-profits who have the means and the people to do that kind of research. And WIN, for example, is one of them. And some of our people have gone down and gone through the process themselves, and also gone down and observed the process of taking.
On that point, and this would also be for Kelly Sweeney McShane, are there aspects of this process that we need to move outside of our agencies into nonprofits?
Steps that you need to take to do what?
Are there parts of the voucher process and leasing up process that we need to consider removing from the agencies and having nonprofits contract with the city to handle certain aspects in order
That's
to?
a very interesting question. I think the determination of eligibility is a step that could be done by not-for-profits who work with housing. and other human issues. It could be done, they do some of the preliminary there anyway. And that would greatly speed what goes on down at DCHA. We've got not-for-profit agencies and we've got DCHA staff trying to work with a tremendous caseload.
Yeah.
Why should it all be on one level of the system to do that?
Yeah.
I think it's something that should be considered. I mean, I think, how do we make the process go quicker? And we also have DHS. So we've got a lot of hands and some of that helps and sometimes it creates more cost and more
Yeah,
inefficient
yeah.
things. I know several nonprofits who've said they'd love to do this, especially some of the inspections.
Yes.
You know, I think it goes back to the resources need to be available and the capacity and how do you plan that out?
Yeah.
And I think for me, the hope is not just in the weeds as we're looking at process, but a little of this creative thinking.
Yeah.
What, you know, maybe what do we do things a little bit differently?
Yeah.
I would also say, though, I think part of the challenge from my case manager's perception is things have changed rapidly. It's this way, no, it's a new application, you got to go back, you got to do the application. So there needs to be kind of a thinking through of what's the process, communicate it, and work out the kinks
Yeah.
too, versus just trying something new that throws everything off again.
That's right. You know, as we think creatively, this is a time where we will have to try some new things. And I think maybe different than how government has operated before, if we outline at the beginning what our goals are in these changes and sort of set maybe a 2-year pilot period so we can look, how did things operate before, how do they operate now, and then that'll inform how we move forward. But these are things that we should be thinking about now.
Yeah, if I could just add, I'm not up super with the details, but I believe the veteran system is switching to something new where eligibility is determined like the day you show up looking for services. And, you know, I mean, if we had a system where like you came to Miriam's Kitchen for a meal and maybe like, you know, the first time you talk to a case manager, we get the information we need to determine your eligibility. You may never need a voucher, you may not get a voucher, but we can get you approved for one like well in advance. You know, like you enter the system, we run your information, okay, you're good for when a resource comes available, and that, you know, cuts out a big chunk of time. Like that's something that, you know, big picture changing, but.
Well, you all are doing some really deep thought work and working with our agencies, which I appreciate greatly. One of the things I'll ask is, as you come across or think of ideas that might help us be more effective and more efficient, because the needs haven't gone down, the budget has. Let us know, particularly in the budget process, so we can, you know, again, not every change has to be permanent. We can try some things, and you know, if they don't work, we go back. But we are going to have to do things a little differently. And so, any thoughts that you all have in the coming weeks that you want to share with us, even if they're not fully baked, please do, because we've got a lot of problems that we've got to figure out before we finalize this budget. So, thank you all so much for being with us today. Thank you for your testimonies. All right. Our next panel will be a mix of in-person and virtual. In person, I see Robert Vincent Branham with us. Welcome. And Candace Smith. Excellent. You both can come to the table. Are there any other public witnesses here who haven't testified? I don't think so. Okay. Also on this list, virtual will be Farah Fasseh, Jenna Israel with community organizer with Jews United for Justice, Beatrice Evans, Karen Settles, Kenneth Council, Pat Malloy. There we are. And Candace, we will start with you. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Candace Smith. I'm a mom of 3 children living in Ward 3, awaiting, excuse me, awaiting a permanent supportive housing voucher. I was happy to receive news on April 30th, 2024 from my case manager that I will be receiving this voucher. I have produced every document that has been required for this process. I meet with my case manager regularly with no updates as to when I will receive my voucher. I am still at a step 4 in this process, and from my understanding, I have several more steps to go until I can get awarded a voucher. I'm very worried for me and my children and what this potentially means, what this potentially looks like for other families in DC. I work as a lactation peer educator for Children's National Medical Center, and I am studying to become an IBCLC, International Board Certified Lactation Consultant. I am also a volunteer board member with the DC Breastfeeding Coalition. Both organizations seek to increase the breastfeeding rates of infants living in DC. This work shapes and saves lives, and it's my life's work. My office is located in Ward 7, where I was raised. As a native Washingtonian, it gives me great pride to serve my community. I have had the experience of living in a shelter for 90 days with my children, and afterwards leasing from a well-known slumlord in Northwest Washington, DC, unbeknownst to me. That unit failed 4 to 6 inspections while we were living there for over a year. That was a very traumatic experience, which my children recall frequently. My children love where we live, and as a parent, it brings me peace knowing they feel safe and love our neighborhood. I will have to begin paying market rate rents on July 1st. Without the support of my permanent supportive housing voucher, I will not be able to sustain this for more than a month. I had many sleepless nights about this. I have no answers, but only to continue to wait on a call that I don't know when it's coming. How can the transition from rapid rehousing voucher to a permanent supportive housing voucher become more streamlined, quicker, and smoother? The process could really use some improvement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being with us. Robert Vincent Branham, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I must admit that I am testified out. This has been several of these this week, and you have me at a disadvantage. But I do want to say that I am deeply concerned about the support that our needy citizens need and receive as far as housing assistance, homeless, transitional, whatever. And I have a prepared statement which I will present to the committee, but I'm testified out, and but I have enough energy to say that our budget dilemma and crisis is not made by you, was not created by your colleagues, was not created by anyone in this building. It was created by 2 other addresses, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue and Capitol Hill. And that's where I feel a great deal of our focus should be to hold accountable. The speaker has neglected his responsibility for the people of this city in releasing that $1 billion hold on our budget. And they just, those 2 people, Donald Trump and Mike Johnson, just lied. They don't care about the people of the District of Columbia. And they do to us what they cannot and won't do to any other jurisdiction. But I commend you for the work that you do, because it's clear that you have you have a heart for the people of the city, and you've shown that over the years, and I know will do what you feel is in the best and what can be accomplished to assist the people and the residents of the District of Columbia. But I'm all talked out.
I understand that is the time we're in, but I appreciate that that you keep talking and showing up, Mr. Brenham. Thank you. Farrah Fassé, who is with us virtually.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Good to see everyone again. My name is Farrah Fassé, and I'm the Community Development Director at Empower DC, a citywide organization advocating for and advancing housing and environmental justice. Our work includes organizing with DC public housing residents to improve housing conditions, prevent displacement, and demand accountability. We conduct at least weekly outreach throughout DC's public housing communities. Monthly, we support public housing residents in making their concerns known at DCHA board meetings. We also organize with voucher holders to improve the voucher process and meet monthly with that DCHA department. That group is working on a voucher guidebook based on resident experiences and best practices. The proposed DCHA budget keeps voucher funding steady. This is truly insufficient. We know that the vast majority of very low-income households are severely rent burdened. And DC is meeting the needs of a small percentage of those families, about 30%. I meet people every week, as I'm sure you do, who have been waiting for a voucher for 10 or even 20 years. In this environment, with pending cuts to federal housing and safety nets, we need to work to dramatically increase that number. Public housing, as you know, is in extreme disrepair. At the March DCHA oversight hearing, the committee clarified that only about 5,300 of the 7,700 public housing homes are occupied. Though some apartments are being brought online, at the same time as people move out, more homes are taken offline. Over 2,300 deeply affordable homes throughout DC are sitting vacant, while tens of thousands of people need affordable housing. Waiting for repositioning and redevelopment is not an option. Under RAD in Section 18, a public housing agency can request the replacement funding tenant protection vouchers for vacant units that have been occupied within the last 24 months, not for those vacant longer than 24 months. DC is committed to preserving and expanding affordable housing through redevelopment, but the city is currently set up to lose about a third of the deeply affordable housing stock. There may be some options for these properties, these apartments, but it's much more complicated and uncertain and leads to less funding. I urge the DC Council and DCHA to look at where units can be brought online and what the actual cost would be. This analysis should include property-specific data on vacancies and offline units. For public housing properties where that's impossible to bring the units online, DCHA should present a redevelopment plan to preserve the total number of units. The proposed budget includes $26.2 million in FY26 and 27 for funding public housing repairs. No funds after that. We're calling for $60 million per year for public housing repairs and increased council oversight. The council must legislate the right to return following public housing redevelopment and repositioning without rescreening. This is what DCHA has committed to, but we need an enforceable guarantee. This right is the law under RAD. However, DCHA's recent applications are for repositioning through Section 18, the Demolition Disposition Program, which has no rules related to affordable housing preservation or to tenant rights. Further, given the uncertainties at the federal level, we need these commitments in DC law. The Rental Act, which the mayor has proposed for inclusion in the BSA, contains two parts relating to DC Housing Authority. We urge you to reject the Rental Act and to put these bills as separate legislation. With the board of directors, there should be an immediate transition to a permanent, more representative board structure. There needs to be a real connection between the folks who live in public housing and who use vouchers and the board. So we're asking for a mix of mayoral, council, and resident and housing advocate appointed members, particularly restoring resident elected and housing advocate positions, and that all positions go through a nomination process in front of the council. With respect to the budget issues, we urge you to reject the stadium plan. Even in the supplemental budget, there's $147 million for this stadium plan. Studies consistently show stadiums are not revenue makers. We urge you to go back to the drawing board to look at creating a new neighborhood there where we could have much more housing, including potentially 10,000 units of affordable housing. Thank you so much. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Jenna Israel with Jews United for Justice.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Jenna Israel, and I'm a tenant in Ward 1. I'm also a DC community organizer at Jews United for Justice, a community of thousands of Jews and allies committed to advancing social, racial, and economic justice in DC. JUFJ is a member of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and All In for DC. My testimony today will address the need for more funding for public housing and housing vouchers. JUFJ supports the Fair Budget Coalition and the Way Home campaign's asks for $60 million for public housing maintenance and repairs in the FY26 budget, and their recommendations for vouchers and other homelessness services funded by progressive revenue raisers if needed. Mayor Bowser's proposal only includes $52 million over the next 2 fiscal years and no money for PSH vouchers for individuals. Mayor Bowser is also demanding that the budget include a bad deal for RFK Stadium. We cannot hand over development rights of this valuable land that could include affordable housing and other necessities for our communities, to a billionaire who is also receiving huge amounts of public funds. Any budget deal about the stadium should put DC residents' needs ahead of the needs of the owner of a football team. If there's money for a stadium, there's money for public housing and housing vouchers. We also oppose the inclusion of any part of the Rental Act in the BSA, including the provisions around DCHA's Star Board, which do not address the lack of tenant representation on the board. In Jewish sacred texts, the prophet Micah understood that housing is more than a roof over one's head, and that to deny a person safe housing is not only robbing them in the present, but also robbing their family for generations to come. We've seen this devastating long-term harm at work in DC, and not only to families, but whole communities, especially Black and Brown communities. Public housing is the only true, deeply affordable housing in DC. The vast majority of households in public housing are Black and extremely low income and have experienced structural neglect for decades. After decades of disinvestment from the federal and local DC government, public housing has fallen into significant disrepair, and residents have been forced to live in deplorable conditions that threaten their health and safety. The $60 million we're asking for this year is necessary to make public housing safe to live in. What's more, over 2,000 public housing units are not being utilized, and DCHA needs more funding in order to bring them online. District residents are facing enough uncertainty right now with federal spending cuts and immigration raids and the rising cost of food and other necessities. The local underfunding of vital housing services like public housing maintenance and housing vouchers, as well as policies like those in the BSA, demonstrate how out of touch the mayor is with real DC residents. But there is an alternative. Raising revenue by taxing our wealthiest residents and businesses would afford DC additional resources to invest in our communities, and the council can expand tenant and affordable housing representation on the DCHA board. JUFJ looks forward to an FY26 budget that moves us toward a DC where everyone has a safe, stable place to live. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Beatrice Evans, also known as Miss B, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White and your staff. Thank you. I'm just going to jump right into it. I'm so glad to listen, and these other agencies that just spoke have been more helpful sometimes than DCHA. But anyway, I'm here to stand up and testify about the funding for the vouchers. We need you to continue to fight for that and invest in us. And there's housing conditions. We need 60 million to stay there for repairs. And I want to talk about renters' rights and DCHA. And since I've been being an advocate for and as a tenant and a senior living in public housing, and I'm listening to other people's dilemmas, the process and the difficulties of it. Well, there's difficulties once you get inside, and I have learned more about the structure of DCHA and finding out that I have an area manager, and that was Tammy Rogers, but now I have a new one. But when we're talking about dealing these developers are not staffing our, their management teams are not there, and they're not efficient, and there's intimidation and retaliation. I want, and right now, and just the process of once you're in there, when it comes to recertification, and 90-year-old people getting last minute notices that they owe back rent. They're not giving us orders when these people have receipts where they paid their rent. And I want more contact with these area managers like Tammy runs. I just got a new one. I heard Miss Harville is going to be my new manager. So I'm telling you what we need to live a safe and comfortable family environment in these buildings and not be intimidated with arbitrary rules by their management teams who are barely there. Okay, what else do I have on my list right here? I just kind of made a list too. And oh, okay. And I want faster responses from the Office of Tenant Advocacy. I've been calling and emailing, and I have questions that I need them to answer, or maybe the area manager. And then, like I said, Miss Harville just came, and she has contacted me, but the process is so I just want more oversight for them from DC, from the people who's supposed to help the seniors and people who are tenant presidents and council. Come out to get to know us and see what's going on in these management office, that these developers are getting paid. They're making the money. We pay our rent on time. We want our service on time, and we don't want to be intimidated and have notices stuck on our doors and things like that. I'm so relieved to hear all these organizations, WIN and Empowerment DC and the Fair Budget Coalition. So, and I'm tapped into every one of them. And I've been at your office, and I will continue to be at your office, because 19 people done died in this building in the last 3 years, and 3 have died this month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. B. Karen Settles.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Good to hear your voice. Welcome.
You too. Thank you so much, Councilmember White, your staff, and other council members who are here today. It's the same old, I would say to you, but we have to move on with the amount of money that the housing authority, for repairs at the housing authority is so crucial in order to take and open up new housing for people who are not only homeless, but just people that need housing. It's been an array, and I really disagree with the split as far as from the budget, with the budget and the Starboard saga, I'm going to call it. The Starboard, to me, is in the way of our new director being able to have the authority to do the things that's necessary to make our housing authority run. No matter what a director's expertise is with DCHA, being hindered by a Starboard that I don't even know what their position is or the structure of their position. I do know that we have a lot of things out here that talk about what's the enablers for people to be housed. But yet we continue to have an epidemic of homelessness, which is actually a strike force against residents of the District of Columbia, that we are threatened with homelessness without any preventative measures being put in place. And the closest we came to it is during the pandemic. And I don't know why we are not mimicking what we learned from the pandemic as a preventative measure to keep people from being on the streets of the District of Columbia. And I must say, this nation's capital. which is very embarrassing to have this many people, where so many people from around the world come to get their rights uplifted or whatever. We have people that are homeless and no reaching of getting anything but their belongings thrown in the trash. We have to have a better conscience about what is happening for not only for the people who are in housing, who already exist, but those who are expecting to come in housing to make it a better city. And that's basically what I want to say. Lastly, I want to say, with the last decision of the council to have closed meetings, I need to know, how does that look for us who come to advocate, not just to hear, questions answered or creative ideas to be dispersed, because it's been a lot here today that I really agree with. But my bottom line is that we need to understand the leverage that we have for this time that we've come, and we advocate and advocate and advocate, and you barely see anything move. I know that, just having this conversation is not going to make it move, but these are crucial facts that should be considered. After all, the city council is in place to be the voice of the people, and it's just not doing that. Lastly, I want to say the Starboard board needs to be out of the way. We need a board that will have a representative for seniors, one for a person who will be a commissioner for homeless. I mean, for homeless slash disabled people. We have so many disabilities. We need a family commissioner and we need an at-large commissioner. And that the reason for that ratio is because we already was outnumbered at one time. And fortunately for us, Marion Barry, he even the scales where we would have, at least we wouldn't be outvoted on the Board of Commissioners for DCHA. I vote to restore the board for DCHA because it's not, we don't even understand the function of the Star Board. And whatever their function is, they're at the leisure of the mayor. She should not be controlling something that already was voted to have its own autonomy. Our housing authority does need to function in its own autonomy as a separate entity. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Settles. Kenneth Council, welcome. Kenneth Council, I saw you. There we are.
Good morning, Councilman White. I'm not going to be long. I'm like Ms. Settles. There's not too much that have changed. We don't get a seat at the table like we should. When we do come, we're not respected. We're not treated. In the back room, they're saying they're nothing but residents. I have watched all of the hearings this week, and it seems like that the developers are having a say-so where we don't have one, especially with TOPA. Even as far as housing right now, if you hear any noise, that's not me, that's the contractors that we did not know that's coming to dismantle something beside my house in my backyard. But at any rate, these are things that I'm noticing. You have people that have integrity that works at the housing authority, and when they want to speak up, they're treated like dogs, just like they try to treat the residents. Something needs to be done. As I said before, a forensic audit needs to be done. The way that they're bringing a lot of the contractors in, it's not being done correctly. It's being done through the back door. There's money that's being stolen. There's been a flip in who's going to talk and who's going to run. I've never in my life seen general counsel lead anything. And then the things that she says out of her mouth are not true. And I can't understand why a housing authority is being ran this way. When, as a former commissioner, I know that we put policy and procedure in place. They've thrown it out the door, or they turned their head and it's like, do what I want, do what I will. It's unfair. This agency is going down every day. As I said before, A lie cannot live. It only lingers. It has a beginning and an end. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for being with us. And Pat Malloy.
Good morning, Councilmember White and committee members. My name is Patricia Malloy. Today, I'm here to speak on DCHA's budget. The city must continue to fund $60 million annually for public housing repairs. Money for materials and supplies goes up daily. While residents await redevelopment, residents have the right to live in decent and safe housing conditions. Money is needed to keep up occupied units, and to ensure that vacant units are fixed up as well. So many units sat vacant for years before they are repaired. Last but not leastly, about the Star Board. Residents' representation should include residents who have experienced redevelopment. Also, residents should include senior and disabled, along with family representation, along with a voucher holder. Right now, I am a project voucher holder. There are plenty residents that live off-site due to the redevelopment of Lincoln Heights have concerns. They are calling me. It would be very nice and interested if the voucher representative that's on the Star Board would send out information or put it on the website of an email that we may be able to contact her. The DCHA Bill of Rights should include a right of return without any rescreening for residents who have been impacted by redevelopment and renovation. Thank you, Councilmember White and committee, for listening to my testimony.
Thank you very much, and appreciate this entire panel being with us. I have a number of questions, so I'll ask that folks keep answers pretty brief. Candace Smith, listen to your testimony. It struck me that you are a DC native, a mom, and a working professional, and struggling for our system and program to work for you, which to me is a clear indication that there are some things that need to be fixed, that shouldn't happen in our city. When you mentioned not getting updates from your case manager, what are they saying when you reach out for guidance or next steps?
No, I do get updates. The updates are, they don't know anything. Basically, they're just waiting for my number to come across the desk. There is no hierarchy of who's coming first. My understanding of the process is just random. So we do meet bi-weekly. They've been very helpful, but like I said, I got the notification that I was receiving a permanent supportive housing voucher in April of last year. So I've been waiting for more information. Any documents that have been asking me to produce, I produce. But right now I'm just playing the waiting game since April of, now then I was with another organization. So now my case is with an organization that handles permanent supportive housing vouchers. So this is between two organizations. I had a handoff from the one that I'm with now. And I'm just, waiting on what that looks like. I don't know if I'll be waiting another year because it's already been a year. So I don't know when. So I'm at step 4. I think it's like step 10 or more steps to get to.
How long have you been taking steps?
I would say since last summer, since I got transferred to the agency that handles permanent supportive housing vouchers. So it's been about a year now.
Jeez. And I'm sorry, you might have just said this. What's the step you're stuck on now is the voucher, just getting the voucher?
The step I'm stuck on is, yes, getting the voucher. So whatever documents or personal information that they needed from me, for my children, I've given everything. So we're just waiting on more information about when my name is going to come up. I know they're processing a lot of residents' information, so I'm just waiting to get, the voucher. So come July, I will be paying a significant amount of money for rent that I haven't had to pay and that I won't be able to afford to pay past July. I can make it work for July, but anything after July, if I don't have the updated information about when this voucher is coming, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do.
All right. Well, we will, I'll make sure we have your contact information so we can try to work behind the scenes, see what's going on and get you some clarity and updates. And I'm sorry to hear that about everything that's going on, but would like to see you and your kids settled. So we'll do everything we can to assist with that.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
I'm sorry. One other question before you leave. Waiting for the voucher, that's obviously a big piece. Other things, based on your experience, are there other improvements that you think would help? Things that you have gone through in this process that feel unnecessary or overly burdensome?
Overly burdensome, I would say, so the beginning of my process with the rapid rehousing voucher, with my 90 days, transferring from my 90-day stay from a shelter in Southwest Washington, D.C., I was told that unit that we were moving to had passed the inspection only to get into the unit for it to fail every inspection that it had since then. So if it failed when I was living there, before I moved in, it was already deemed failed. The building was still under renovation. It was just a complete nightmare. So some of these, and from other, I guess, hearings that I've been to, we've come with DC Legal Aid last year, we've come to talk about the rapid rehousing voucher to some council members here. A lot of the units are just not livable. I heard some people say that people are not doing their due diligence with hiring developers, the people coming in backdoor development and things like that. So people are getting paid, but the residents are suffering, having to go through this process. And it's clear to see that a lot of organizations don't feel that we are worthy and deserving of quality living, because it seems like the majority of the population that is happening to are brown and Black people living in Washington, D.C. And I have to agree that this is the nation's capital, and we receive visitors from all over the world. So having this happen to the people who are native Washingtonians and residents of Washington, D.C., it's really unfortunate that we are the ones suffering here just to have quality of life, which people on the other side really don't. It doesn't seem that they feel that we are deserving of quality of life. So that process of getting people in housing that is structurally sound, that is ready to live in, and people who are supposed to do these inspections are not cutting corners, because that's what it looks like. They're getting paid to do the inspections, but the inspections, in my opinion, where I live, I can only speak personally, didn't happen very well at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I really do appreciate you sharing your experience with us. You are worthy. All of our residents are worthy, and it is overwhelmingly Black and brown people, and in that category, overwhelmingly Native Washingtonians, which I am as well. Again, we've been in touch with the agency already, with the Housing Authority, and then we'll just work collectively with all the various entities to help here and also look at system-wide fixes, because there are other people going through this as well,
Yes.
which they shouldn't. So thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you so much for your time.
Robert Vincent Brenham, I again appreciate you showing up. I will say one thing to amend what you said. Our budget deficit was worsened significantly by Congress and the White House. We'd be in a deficit even without them. So they really kicked us while we were down. Now our expenses in the city have gone up much quicker than our revenues. And so we're in a tough place, but we've got to work through it. And as we do, as you said in your testimony, we can't forget about folks who have less. And I think 30 years ago when we dealt with our deficit, we didn't think enough about the people who had the least, and the city is forever changed because of that. So we've got to be very conscious of what we're doing, but we also need people to kind of show up and speak up as you do.
I just want to thank you. I just want to add that I want to align myself with a lot of what has been said, but I do want to say I'm a native Washingtonian. I grew up east of the river. I support the stadium, and I'm not ashamed to say that. And I have, I challenge anybody to say that I don't care about this city. They don't know me. They say that, and I support the idea of what they say, taxing the rich to increase the revenues. But you just can't say tax the rich.
Yeah.
Gotta
bring in
you
revenue.
just can't say that.
Yeah.
There has to be a plan, there has to be a process, and a structure. And what is it you're trying to get if you tax the rich? The council can look at the stadium plan, and where modifications are needed to increase the revenues, it can be done. But the stadium and bringing the Commanders back to Washington, I think it would be good for the city. It would build businesses east of the river. It would build housing east of the river. It would support those kinds of activities. And to simply knee-jerkly say, I'm opposed to the stadium because it's a rich man's game or whatever. I don't know too many poor people that own stadium that own teams. You have to have money to own a team, and you should not be penalized for having money, but you should not be penalized and thrown in jail because you don't.
Right. So I'll say this, and relevant to Jenna Israel's testimony as well. I'm a lifelong Washington football fan. I like the idea of them coming back to DC. I think we find ourselves in a housing crisis and an economic crisis and an emerging employment crisis because of changes from the federal administration. If we were to set out creating a plan to fix our economic crisis, a plan to fix our housing crisis, or a plan to fix our employment crisis, for none of these would we say building a stadium is how we do that. We are building a stadium and then we are justifying it by the needs that exist, but it is not the best way to do any of those things. But we are where we are, and I still like, even irrationally so, the idea of bringing the team home. It's not that we can change the deal, we must change the deal because the team is making an investment. And I see very clearly how they make their money back. But we, with public tax dollars, we have to make an investment as well. It cannot be a gift. And the way the deal is structured right now with the Commanders, all revenue from ticket sales will go to the team and the venue. All revenue from concessions will go to the team and the venue. All revenue from the parking garage that DC taxpayers build will go to the team and the venue. All taxes will go to the team and the venue. All rent paid by nearby hotels and restaurants will go to the team and the venue. What, you might ask, is left for DC? I don't know. And so I don't see how we make our revenue back. And the money that we invest, we don't have in a bank account. We're putting that on credit cards. We're going to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in interest on that. And so the deal has to be fair to DC. I can't sit here and let anybody, even a team I love, take advantage of the city. But the current deal really screws DC. And we've just got to be honest about that. We've got to fix it. Like, look, I don't expect the Commanders to negotiate for us. We got to do that. So they did a good job negotiating. We got to negotiate too. So, to your point, Mr. Brenham.
You'll have the chance. You all will have that opportunity to improve the deal.
So in the last thing I'll say is this. we do need, to your point, we need revenue, right? So if we increase taxes, that's not a long-term plan. We need revenue that we can count on every year so we can fund vouchers, so we can fund schools, so we can fund first responders. That requires revenue. That's why we have to make an investment. And while the stadium is not the best investment, it can be a good investment for us, but we've got to make it a good investment so that we have revenue coming that can
I
help
agree,
us.
I agree, I agree with you. You and I are on the same
so-
page with that.
All right, let me get off my stadium soapbox. But it is relevant to housing, right? Because that revenue goes to the, fixed housing. Let me go to a fair face. One of the things you mentioned that I fully agree about, and many of us agree about, is we still have, even as the agency is moving in a better direction with respect to our public housing, we still have a lot of public housing that is offline and not habitable, as we got a lot of people in the city who need housing. So one of the things that we need clarity from the agency on is what is the plan for bringing that housing back online? What is the timeline for bringing that housing back online? And I know the agency is working on this and waiting for some federal responses. But in terms of the housing that people are living in now, where folks have been kind of jerked around for years saying, yeah, it's going to be a redevelopment, never mind, okay, it's starting again, maybe not. We've got to give some clarity and predictability, because this is people's homes. And so it's been a lot internally for the agency to fix. We're at a point now where we need to understand, when are we going to get clarity on how many units we're going to bring back online? What's the timeline for that? And what are the repositionings or redevelopments that's going to happen in the places, the communities that people are living in now? So, Farrah Fawcett, I fully agree, and it is going to require funding to get there. Funding has to follow a plan, though, particularly in these financial times. So, I'm going to keep fighting for funding. We do need funding now. So, but in terms of the major investment to bring all of this back online, we've got to hear a plan from the agency, is what I would suggest. Any additional thoughts on that from you?
Yeah, I think you're right that we know, even if we got the $60 million that we've been asking for a year, that would in no way meet the need. So it's a good starting point. I'm sure they should have a plan for that, right? Because that is what was in the capital budget last year. I think it was supposed to be, excuse me, I think it was supposed to be about 52 million this year. So there should be a plan for that funding. And then, yeah, I totally agree. We need to really see a property by property plan for getting those units online. Of course, for keeping people in livable conditions. We know that's a big reason that people move and that those units turn over. And I'd love to see that plan tied more closely with a redevelopment plan. I understand that, they are waiting on HUD responses for the applications, but we also need to see, how does that line up with units that have been vacant for more than 2 years or will be vacant for more than 2 years? How are we actually going to preserve those units?
Yeah.
Because that's not how RAD and Section 18 work. You don't get the funding for those units. And I haven't seen Housing Authority articulate what the idea is with that.
Yeah, we do need clarity on that, and we'll work to get it. One other thing, and this is relevant to your testimony, Ms. Settles, and Ms. Malloy, which is the board. You said in your testimony the board should be a more representative board. I will say this, and I've been very clear about this. I don't, the previous board, doesn't matter who you liked, nobody liked everybody, everybody chose sides. The board as a whole was unproductive. That was to the detriment of our residents and to the detriment of the agency. What I like about the current board structure, and I worked with the mayor to negotiate this. We have expertise based on the needs of the agencies or the needs of public housing. One of the sets of expertise is lived experience. I worry about the idea of a board that is that some might see as representative, that doesn't have the expertise as a whole board to continue moving the agency forward. For instance, if the board doesn't have people with property management experience, then all the experience is inside the agency, and I don't see how the board can be a check on the agency. So I see myself probably fighting pretty hard to keep expertise on the board, but part of that expertise is lived experience. I'll come back to you last, Farrah Fawcett, but let me get thoughts from Karen Settles first.
Thank you, Mr. Councilmember White, for the question itself. The truth of the matter is that that board was put in place on purpose. And the purpose for that board is to distinguish the issues of housing authority that would be separate but together with the city. You know, that's why the housing authority reports to you. And getting to the real point about the board itself is that's why the agency, it became a separate housing authority due to the receivership. It's because of all the trouble that it was in. And that receivership did make us arrive to a better perspective of the waiting list, which is what caused it in the first place. Saying all that, Councilmember White, this board plays a heavy political part, and you are exactly right about it needs professionals on it. Those same professionals or the same statute of professionals was on the previous board, and there was no check and balance. The mayor had more numbers on the board than we did as resident representatives. And the bottom line is that now that the mayor has picked them, it's the most foreign country in the world. Nobody knows specifically what this board does. I deal with Denise, and she's a resident representative on the board, and I've been very functional with her. She invites me to meetings. We are the constituents of this star board, and you would never believe it. Sir, we cannot be treated like we are invisible people, or we have somebody on some plantation taking up or speaking up, taking action on our part without us having any input or interaction with them. This board has to be more resident friendly, more resident driven, and just open to the public.
Ms.
There are
Settles,
other
can I ask this? What the board I hope is listening. I can't guarantee how much of your thoughts they would agree with, but I think it would benefit the board to hear your thoughts. Let me ask you to try to connect with one or more of the board members around your thoughts, because it is important that they have the support and confidence of the people they serve, and this is for future boards too. And then if we can circle back, I'd like to understand your experience in engaging the board in their receptivity to hearing you. Not that they have to agree with everything you say, but I'd like to know how receptive they are. Would you be willing to reach out to the board, and then you and I circle back to so I can understand what your experience in doing that has been?
I'll agree if you do it in a timely manner. The thing is that we let too much time come in between these contingents or whatever you want to call them. See, I don't have anything against the board because of the people. I think the politics of the board work against public housing residents, and I really do, because there's no connection. You don't put a board together, throw it together. That's what happened to us. A board was thrown together shortly after the election we had, as if we didn't count.
Yeah.
Public housing residents votes did matter.
I hear you.
Councilmember White, that was a bad entry for a board to be put in place.
Understood.
One last thing, if you would bear with me for 1 minute. When it was spoken, I want for the record to know that this board was ineffective more in the previous leadership, that you had problems with yourself in reporting items that needed to be reported. It's not a long time ineffective board. It was ineffective on purpose, and we do know it. I don't know if people will be willing to say it, but it was purposely ineffective so that this board can exist now. And that's not the way to do things when there are people who count on us, who we represent, or our constituents, to whatever voices that we put to their pain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pat Malloy, you mentioned the board as well. Any thoughts on this?
Yes. I have no problem with the previous board, but one person cannot represent seniors and disabled. You have thousands of public housing seniors and disabled, even with the voucher. I'm a voucher holder. I don't know who, if I have complaints, I don't know who to take my complaints to. My comment is the board should represent everyone. We should have a person to represent seniors and disabled. We should have a person that's going to represent the voucher. Put out information where we will be able to contact the voucher person through email, not through the entire board. With the seniors and disabled, Mr. Nee, she cannot go to every property. Sometimes she's not able to go to every meeting of some that have meetings. We just need representation. It's not, to me, I'm not complaining about the board, but I really don't think the board take us seriously as residents and voucher holders. To me, I believe the board is a joke, but I understand why the mayor and the council put it in place, but they should be more considerate of their constituents.
I'm glad you're sharing those thoughts, Ms. Malloy. And again, as I said earlier, I hope the board is listening and taking this hard and thinking about how they respond to that. Fair if I say final thoughts on the board structure?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what was said and just wanted to add to your point on expertise. There's currently not an affordable housing advocate or legal services representative on the board. So those are kind of key pieces of expertise that I think are missing. And then the other point, in reading the Rental Act and reading it with some of the legal service partners, the confirmation part is really unclear. And so I would just encourage you in new legislation to clarify that and make sure that board members do go through confirmation hearings so that people can actually know who they are, so that they can be well vetted, and so that they're not just coming, they shouldn't just be coming from the mayor. They should be coming from you all as the council, as well as other communities like the advocates.
Thank you so much. Ms. B, the one of the things you raise is issues with the building manager, and I've heard concerns from various properties about how people are treated, which does matter a lot. Something I've suggested, but I'm going to ask the housing authority to formally consider this, to consider getting and using resident feedback in its evaluation and maybe even its bonus structure for the front-facing positions at buildings. I think there's a way to incentivize people to treat people well. Now, Ms. B, if you grabbing them by the collar and pointing your finger at them, they probably not going to respond too kindly. But to your point,
I
that
speak
previous
just the
testimony,
way I'm talking to you.
I know it. We've had a lot of interactions, and you are honest and respectful. But you had mentioned treatment of another resident who was waiting in the hallway, and in a vulnerable resident, who this was an important part of his day, but things like that matter, and I think it's hard to control everybody's actions, but there are some things we can do to incentivize people to engage with folks differently. So I'm going to ask the Housing Authority to consider that with respect to their front-facing building personnel, and to report back to me on their recommendation there. And so that's at least one idea to address that.
Like I said, I really want to learn more about how DCHA enforce. I've seen them when they step in, then the maintenance issues are addressed quicker. I was told by management that they didn't care who I went to, things could get done when they do. But when you have a lack of staff who's not there, that's a problem. And then you start arbitrarily, because I'm the one who go addresses things. Now we have on 525, she put out a memo about loitering, and and I'll send you a copy of it. I think you took a copy of it. And also, when you change policies, you need to notify people in advance. And people still should have choices as to where their money is spent. And if you're going to keep the money, we want to know where you're keeping. It's things, issues like that, that when you put out these files, you need to, because you're not going to tell me how to spend my money when the policy and the practice was one way. Now, you changed it in the middle of the game. They're not going to give me a choice as to give my money back when I had planned on this, when I was expecting this back, because that's the way it's been done. And people are intimidated. Okay, well, you can go ahead and put it towards my rent, when they were expecting that money back in cash to use for other things. You just don't treat people like that, and be disrespectful. And you're not going to make me feel unwelcome in my home.
Yeah.
I'm 71, not 17.
And
So
this issue, for my clarification, it's still unresolved? Is that a previous
it's
issue?
still unresolved. I'm still
Alright.
waiting for OTA so I can get some legal advice
And with
about these
OTA,
new
did you hear
policies.
back from them?
Not yet, no.
All
I've
right.
been contacting Miss Minotti. I called the number she gave me for legal counsel, and they haven't called me back.
All right.
And
You will
like I
hear
said,
back from OTA.
Miss Harvell just got back off vacation. I just found out she's my new area manager for DC House. So Tammy was doing a great job. So this week I'm hoping one of them will get back with me so we can talk about how to move further and resolve these issues and these notices and things.
All right, Ms. B, you'll hear from OTA today, and hopefully we'll get this resolved. Kenneth Council, let me ask you a question. You've made a recommendation that you've made before, for a forensic audit for the Housing Authority. How would this be different from the audit that I mandated and was done recently, headed an external audit headed by the Inspector General and the contractor, similar to the audit that they do for the entire city? How would the audit that you're recommending be different?
It gets, put it this way, it gets to the marrow of the issue. All the hidden line items and where things that were done wrong, it will spill itself out. The problem is that there's too much obstruction within the quality assurance, and there's no real accountability there. You were mentioning the board. I sat on that board. The four of us that were removed, we weren't removed because we were dysfunctional. We were removed because we were functioning and taking care of the people's business. And the other board and the chair did not like it. Prime example, you know about 1133. You go back and you play that day that she told you a quote, and the next week she told us a $2 million difference. When I asked the question, they get upset with me. We did not find out who literally purchased that building until this year. When you did your oversight, that's when it came to be public. They do things so quickly, but yet at the same time, they don't bother caring of what they're doing to the constituents. Money is not being used as it should be. Line items are not being placed. People are being retaliated right now as we speak because they're coming forth. They're being suspended. They're being fired. They're being outcast because they have integrity. I bet you any amount of money, whoever this is in the back that's tearing up this building, they didn't come through the right way. An RFP wasn't done. I bet you. And I bet you the name of the company really doesn't even exist and it's not in the system. It's random. A lot of the jobs that are coming on this property now, they're not legit and they have not come in the door correctly.
Well, let's do this, Mr. Council. We'll follow up offline to understand which project you're referring to that's happening behind you. We'll use that as sort of a mini case study. We'll look into who the business is and how the contract came to be, and just continue to try to shed light on things. That's what we're trying to do here.
And before you go, factual. When they call and give us and let us know that they have accepted us, to let us know that we've been added to the list to testify, it depends on who calls you. They have the audacity to ask some of us sometime, what are you testifying about? That's not your business.
I hear you. And I would say to you and others, you can answer or not answer. I do want the agency to resolve issues, but whether they resolve it or not, folks can come to the hearing and tell us about it. But I do want them to resolve issues. But I hear you on that one. Let me do that. I've got to wrap up this panel. I just want to give one final opportunity, Jenna Israel. Any final thoughts on RFK or anything else that's come up during the testimonies during
Yeah,
this panel?
thank you, council member. I think on RFK, I totally agree with you that the deal that the mayor has negotiated is a bad deal, right? I understand the emotional connection that folks have for the commanders, and kind of regardless of that, like the deal is a really bad deal. We're spending a lot of money to get very, very little back. When there's an opportunity there for the district to be making revenue, for the district to be building affordable housing, which is, as you know, deeply, deeply needed. And then on the other piece of revenue kind of writ large, like there is a plan for how we can raise taxes in a structured, thoughtful way. Just Recovery DC, which is housed by DC Fiscal Policy Institute, a bunch of folks who are constantly thinking about how we spend our money and how we raise our money, has a plan for a bunch of revenue raisers that would raise taxes, not for regular folks like you and me, but for the wealthiest in our district, for the people who have a lot of money and are not doing much with it, that money can be going back to the district that they live in addition to a bunch of taxes on businesses that cannot and will not leave the district, right? We have a lot of big legal firms and lobbying groups in DC that are not leaving DC. They need to be here. This is where the federal government is, and they are not leaving. And they are not being taxed in the same way as other businesses in DC. So I'm sure, council member, you have seen Just Recovery's full plan for all of those revenue raisers many times. I'm happy to send them to you again. But there are ways to raise revenue in the district for these important programs like public housing and housing vouchers that aren't going to burden regular people, aren't going to burden the very communities that they should be helping, but are instead going to make wealthy people and wealthy businesses pay their fair share that they are not currently paying.
I appreciate it. Let me thank thank this entire panel for being with us today for these thoughtful testimonies and back and forth. I appreciate you being with us. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. All right, I think um, uh, This panel will be Sheila Davis, Elena Christidis. Every time I struggle, I'm going to get it right the next time, I promise. McKenna Osborne.
For virtual.
Okay. Virtually with us on this panel, Annie Hazley, Angel Stevens, Karen Lundgren, Kiana Stanley, Eleanor Hart, and John Holly. Is there anybody else here who has come to testify that I haven't called? Anybody in the room? All right. Sheila Davis, isn't it? Oh. Mhm. And are you Sheila Davis? Excellent, excellent. All right, well, get settled and we're going to start with you. Press that button. Yep, there we are.
First of all, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and testify today. My colleague, Mr. Terrell, he was in an accident as he was coming here to testify, but he's okay. So we can always get a new car, but he's okay.
That's right. Well, hopefully quick recovery.
All right, thank you. So first of all, my name is Shalia Davis, and I serve as the Director of Special Projects for Jubilee Housing. I manage the organization directly engagement with DC Housing Authority, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. The first of all, I want to say that I want to give DC Housing a thumbs up. They have been, from the last time we testified, everything has been going smoothly. I have no complaints with DC Housing Authority. I just want to thank Beth Chisman, Roxanne, and Mr. Shaw, and Ms. Nicole and Hammer. They have responded tremendously. They have resolved a lot of our issues. We went from LRSP applications, 30 days, now to a 14-day turnaround. So that is really, really, really good. So what we have did at Jubilee Housing, we have implemented a new plan to assist DC Housing in updating the emails for all of our LRSP applications and share them with the DC Housing so that we can get our rent determination notices on time. So that's been one of our initiatives that we're going to roll out June 1st. And then least for last, with our inspections, we're going to do the same thing as well. Study sending the inspection notices to the tenant. Let's see if we can work together to send it to them through their email so they can be able to get that. In order for us to make that plan happen, we have to work closely with the inspection department and the LRSP department so we can have a better communication down through the pipeline. But again, I want to thank Keith and his team because they have did 100% turnaround with Jubilee Housing. And the least but last, we have one thing that we still got to work on, and that's the inspections. A lot of our residents feel that they have to be at home for the inspection. So what we're going to roll out June 1st is in our newsletter that you don't have to be home for your inspection as long as we give you a 24 to 48 hour notice to help you to understand the policy and procedures. But when DC Housing cancel the inspections, I feel that they should let the tenant know as well because a lot of the tenants take time off for work. So with this new initiative that we're going to work closely with DCHA, we are going to make sure that we update the emails and the phone numbers so they can be able to get in contact with their clients. So again, I want to thank DC Housing for doing great turnaround with Jubilee Housing, and I want to thank the council for allowing me to come and testify today. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, and that is really good to hear. I have a couple questions for you as follow-ups. Elena Christidius.
Good morning, Chairperson White and council staff. My name is Eleni Christidis. I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid's housing unit represents low-income DC renters, including voucher holders and public housing residents, in defending against eviction and in securing their right to healthy, safe, and habitable housing. Today, I want to talk about why it's not tenable to keep voucher funding at the same level, the need for codifying public housing residents' rights into local law, and why the committee should introduce its own legislation for a permanent successor to the STAR Board that includes resident elected positions. First, the mayor's budget proposes funding vouchers at the same level as last year. This is untenable for several reasons. Inflation and rising rents alone warrant higher funding levels to ensure that current voucher recipients remain housed. In addition, there is the risk of significant cuts to rental assistance programs at the federal level, as well as the mayor's proposed budget cuts to the social safety net. If either of these come to fruition, they will push even more families and individuals into needing subsidy assistance to remain housed. Keeping funding constant in this economic and political environment means a non-zero number of people will lose their housing. A sensible budget that prioritizes the well-being of DC residents, and especially those most at risk from cuts to the social safety net, has to provide much more funding for vouchers. Second, while the mayor has announced $52.4 million to support public housing improvements, that amount is divided over the next 2 fiscal years. Along with our partners in the Fair Budget Coalition, we're asking for $60 million for public housing repairs. We also remain skeptical about the quality of the work currently being performed, as well as extremely concerned that DCHA is taking more and more units offline, allowing vacancies to increase and proliferate, and vouchering out public housing residents without a clear documented guarantee of a right to return after redevelopment. We are also concerned that DCHA is not maintaining reliable communication with displaced residents to ensure that they will have a right to return to rehabilitated or newly constructed properties. DCHA needs to publicly publish and disclose on a property-by-property basis, not just how many, but which units at a property level are vacant, occupied, or being taken offline. Otherwise, the aggregate numbers do not tell a clear story. In addition, for residents who are being moved or vouchered out of public housing properties, DCHA needs to, at a minimum, provide documentation to each resident that clearly and explicitly guarantees those residents a right to return to the redeveloped property and maintain regular, at least annual contact with residents to make sure that their contact information is kept updated. Resolutions, pronouncements, and promises are not enough. Any DCHA promise is only as good as the current executive director's word and becomes meaningless if and when there is yet another changing of the guard. DCHA's plans to reposition its entire public housing portfolio will take years, if not a decade or more. Yet that process is already well underway now, and it's impacting current residents. HUD could approve several pending Section 18 applications any day. We therefore urge this committee and the council to move with urgency to codify into local law public housing residents' absolute right of return, among other rights and protections, to ensure that no one is permanently displaced while waiting for the quality housing that they've so long deserved to have and enjoy after years of deplorable conditions. Lastly, this committee must reject the mayor's proposal in the Rental Act to prolong a no longer justifiable state of emergency and permanently eliminate resident elected positions to DCHA's governing board. Approving the Rental Act would perpetuate and worsen this lack of transparency and accountability by allowing the mayor to extend, without a firm cutoff date, the current STAR Board membership, reappoint the same members to the permanent board without the advice or consent of the council, and set the initial term limits of the permanent board. In big, obvious ways, and in smaller, subtler ways, the Mayor's Rental Act proposes making the board a mayor-controlled rubber stamp and further curbing council and public oversight over DCHA. Do you mind? I just have a little bit more. The council should not countenance this little transparency or accountability over an agency that impacts so many residents and owns so much public land. We urge the committee to put forward separate legislation for a permanent successor to the STAR Board, appointed by a combination of the mayor, the council, residents, and the DC Consortium of Legal Services Providers, and that restores resident elected positions to the board, as well as a housing advocate position. Resident elected commissioners would ensure that DCHA is not passively listening, but rather directly contending with the views of residents at the moment decisions are made. In addition, a legal services representative would provide expertise in local housing law and landlord-tenant issues. This will help ensure DCHA's actions and policies comply with local requirements and landlord-tenant court rules, and give the broader advocate community a voice on the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. McKenna Osborne.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center, resident of the district, and tenant in Ward 6. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the proposed local fiscal year 2026 budget for the District of Columbia Housing Authority. When a child experiences housing insecurity, whether it's homelessness, eviction, or forced moves, it can cause significant and lasting harm, including developmental delays, worse physical and mental health, and lower engagement in school, and increased use of costly public services. One of the most cost-effective strategies for preventing childhood housing insecurity is connecting families to consistently affordable housing. In a time of fiscal challenge for the district, prioritizing funding for new long-term vouchers and public housing is one of the best investments the council can make in the well-being of our children and the DC community now and for years to come. Children's Law Center is reviewing the mayor's proposed budget, and the written testimony I will submit for the record will include a more detailed assessment of DCHA's budget and recommendations for changes this committee can make to better meet the housing needs of DC children and families. In my testimony today, I would like to highlight 3 areas we hope the committee will prioritize, both in its questioning of DCHA leadership today and in its work during the markup process. First, DC received around 600 federal emergency housing vouchers via the American Rescue Plan and used them for PSH rental subsidies, including for 160 families currently in the PSH program. Federal funding for these vouchers was supposed to last through 2030 and will now likely run out in 2026. Children's Law Center understands that DHS and DCHA have been working together on a plan for how to keep EHV recipients housed. We urge the committee to ask DCHA for an update on this process and what resources are needed in the FY26 budget to ensure continuity in the rental subsidy for these families and individuals with EHV vouchers next year. Second, for the first time in several years, there's not a backlog of local housing vouchers awaiting distribution to families. Yes, there are families that have been matched to vouchers who are still going through the lengthy process of finding and leasing a unit, and DCHA must continue its efforts to streamline that process. But there are simply no unmatched vouchers available for families. We appreciate that the mayor included funding in the DHS budget to support several hundred new families with PSH vouchers and DC Flex, but it remains far from enough to meet the needs of the 160 families who could lose their EHV voucher funding, the hundreds of families we know will be exited from rapid rehousing over the next year, let alone the thousands of DC families currently spending over half of their income on rent each month who are constantly on the brink of eviction and homelessness. We urge the committee, as it did last year, to prioritize funding new vouchers for families and to collaborate with the Committee on Human Services to achieve the most efficient and effective distribution of funding across the district's rental subsidy programs, so we can prevent as many DC children and families as possible from becoming homeless or being pushed out of the district entirely. Finally, as you noted in your opening remarks, the mayor's budget zeroes out the affordable housing line item in DCHA's operating budget, cutting over $700 million for the rehabilitation, repair, and maintenance of DCHA housing. These funds were separate from and additional to capital funds for DCHA's public housing repairs and maintenance. We urge the committee to ask the agency how this cut will impact its ability to make the timely, quality repairs needed to ensure children in public housing are living in safe and habitable conditions, and prioritize restoring any funds needed to achieve that goal. Thank you again for this opportunity. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Eleanor Hart.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC. Members of the Committee on Housing. And my name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC. Members of the Committee on Housing. And my name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC. Hang on just a minute. Can you wait just a second?
Yes.
Hang on just a minute.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry, I had the television on and it was competing.
No
I'll start
problem.
again. My name's Eleanor Hart and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 200 members. DC for Democracy is also a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition, and we strongly support the coalition's budget recommendations. $60 million for public housing repairs and improved oversight. We feel that improved oversight can expedite the urgently needed repairs and accelerate improvement in DCHA's occupancy rate. DCHA should have a permanent, representative, and properly confirmed board of directors. If Mayor Bowser wants the members of the Stabilization and Reform or Star Board to continue as directors, she can nominate them. And this committee should require their testimony at a public confirmation hearing. Former members of the Star Board undoubtedly have valuable insight that should be on the public record. Public housing advocates will be very interested in what nominees to the board have to say about oversight. The inclusion of a public housing resident and a voucher holder on the board is a welcome improvement over the Star Board. However, voting board members should also include the president of the citywide Resident Advisory Board, as well as legal service provider and labor representation. We are glad that the legislation includes a tenant's bill of rights. However, it needs to include the right to return without rescreening for any resident who is impacted by renovation or redevelopment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Annie Hazley with the DC chapter of the Sierra Club.
Hello, Councilmember White. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at this Housing Committee Oversight hearing today. My name is Dr. Annie Halsey, and I am a member of the Sierra Club DC Chapter's Executive Committee and the Zero Waste Committee. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization, with millions of members and supporters. The DC chapter represents 7,000 active members and supporters. In 2024, DPW stated that providing recycling collection services to all residents, including those in public housing, is one of the key opportunities through which the DC government can advance racial equity. While waste collection services for public housing in Washington are provided by private contractors, as arranged by the Housing Authority, it seems reasonable to expect that DCHA would reflect the same commitment and values. We also understand that the DPW Waste Diversion Office has discussed the implementation of recycling services with DCHA. Unfortunately, we have not seen that DCHA has issued a contract for these services, although it issued a request for proposal in January 2024, followed by 6 addendums, most recently in February of this year. Solicitation for the award of this contract has not been addressed in the past year as far as public records show, and there is no clear timeline for the review of bids or for a target award date. We request, therefore, more information on DCHA's plans for first steps on issuing the public housing recycling contract, and we want to know why it has been so delayed. There is a $52.4 million allocation to support DCHA public housing improvements in the mayor's FY26 proposed budget. We want to make sure that these allocations include providing recycling services for public housing residents because we feel they are entitled to the same recycling services as all district residents. And we want to emphasize that that's very important. At a time of constrained resources, efficiency is paramount. We therefore request that if the FY26 proposed budget does not cover the existing recycling FRP, DCHA should issue a new RFP and award a contract to begin providing the recycling services to at least one public housing property no later than in FY26. We also request that DCHA prioritize the development and publication of a comprehensive plan for the issuance of a recycling services contract for all public housing properties, which could and should involve other DC government agencies and stakeholders. The plan should provide funding details as well as an implementation timeline. Such a plan would demonstrate a commitment by the DC government to transparency as well as to the values of inclusivity and equity, which need to be defended now more than ever. Councilmember White, please also allow me to thank you for co-introducing the District Recycling Refund and Litter Reduction Amendment Act of 2025, a mouthful, commonly referred to as the Bottle Bill. We expect the Council will hold a hearing on this groundbreaking legislation later this year. The Bottle Bill is a self-funding program entirely paid for by the beverage companies whose packaging choices have caused massive litter in the district. Even startup costs that the DOEE might incur to set up the program's administrative processes will be reimbursed and paid back into the general fund by these companies. The Bottle Bill will also generate funds through unclaimed deposits to fund DOEE's expenses, other environmental programs, and to ensure the program is equitably implemented with ease of return for all district residents. Thank you, Councilmember White, for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Angel Stevens.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
All right, just a moment. Good morning, everyone. My name is Angel Stevens, and I'm a resident and also a sixth-generation Washingtonian, also a mother and a grandma. I am here to express my profound concern regarding the current housing situation in our city and to testify the injustice that I believe are evidenced in the proposal budget alliances. It is disheartening to deserve what appears to be prioritized of corporate and wealthy interests over the fundamental needs of our residents. I am deeply troubled by the budgetary and alliance that come this period. Like for instance, the 170 million is just for the capital arena improvements. And then it's additional funding for things such as the RFK Stadium. We have 6 million going downtown to the Historical National Theater in Lincoln. And this stands contrast to the position of, or should I say the proposal of 52.2 million for housing and low income support. This significant party indicates a misalignment and the potential of seeing disagreements with men and valuable members of our own community, like my grandma, for instance, that passed in 2000, my great grandma that passed away, and she was born and raised in DC at the age of 105 years old. So it's been generations of people, my family in particular, building this nation's cap as we speak of today, being pushed aside for things of the nature as this. And then the issue is not just a narrow or number of value, it concerns the lives of individuals and families within our city, pertaining to our families who are previously or close to homelessness due to escalating rents, individuals forced to difficult choices between subsistence and shelter, and communities facing displacement due to unaffordable housing. This is emphasized only for luxury developments while neglecting affordable housing and incentives such as prioritizing and profit over the needs of our most valuable residents. Therefore, I respectfully request the council to reevaluate the budget to prioritize housing and low income support, redirect funding from non-exiting programs such as stadiums or theaters tours and incentives focusing only on housing, apply policies designed to protect tenants from exclusive or rent increases and unfair eviction practices, ensuring transparency and accountability in the alliance of the budget funding. particularly those related to housing, addressing the fundamental issues of our economical and injustice and inequality, and prioritize the needs of all residents, not solely those who are influenced. It is in my firm belief that we have a moral obligation to ensure that every resident of Washington, D.C. has access to safety, stable, and affordable housing. The current budgetary prioritizes not only the wealth, but also the ineligible. I urge you to consider a course of action that invests in our community members rather than exclusively in commercial interests. Thank you for your consideration in this critical matter.
Thank you so much for being with us. Karen Lundgren.
Good afternoon, Councilman White, council members, and Mr. Cudahy. Absolute nightmare what I've been through with the DC Housing Authority. They have broken so many laws as to me, and they're doing a lot of this out of spite and retaliation since I filed a HUD complaint claiming illegalities and retaliation. They have been colluding with the landlord against me for 4 years. They're even on a first name basis now with them. They, more particularly, Amy Glassman denied an emergency voucher request that we submitted back in December of 2024, even after my pulmonologist sent an urgent medical letter stating that I had Aspergillus syndrome, which is toxic mold in my bloodstream. This is very much a life-threatening illness. Amy Glassman, she denied it, saying it wasn't a life-threatening matter. She's very unethical, and the rest of the executive team, they are instigating and enabling all of this behavior to happen. They ended up giving us a regular voucher that has very different requirements. They are even ignoring the HUD investigator. The situation was so bad in my apartment with mice everywhere. And investigate green and black mold, ant infestation on the window, balcony. It's so bad. I had no water, no heater, or AC. Somebody came in and closed my windows. They threw trash on my floor. They ripped the thermostat off the wall. Anyway, DOB came into my unit back on May 7th and deemed it uninhabitable. They condemned my unit. There's an orange sign on my front door. Bazzuto's unethical attorney and Monica Matthews, the assistant property manager there, are outright lying to DC Housing Authority. And DCHA is, again, just colluding with them. They came and did an inspection, DCHA, though they did not provide me with any proper notice. I was in the emergency room that day, and Nikki Russell, in charge of the bathroom program, gave me a 2-hour notice and less than an 18-hour notice. They accommodated Bazzuto and their legal counsel the next morning. Amy Glassman says she has no control over the voucher department. She's senior vice president and general counsel. Of course, the executive office has authority over this. They are retaliating by allowing and instigating all of this. Miss America Braves called the assistant manager on the phone on May 23rd, and apparently they're supposed to do a formal investigation against me, and I have no idea why. Office attendant advocate put me up in a hotel for 2 weeks, though that is all they could do. I am virtually homeless right now through no fault of my own. It has been verified by other attorneys that DCHA has put recipients up in hotel, provided them moving expenses, which is what they're denying to me. I have been in and out of the hospital with serious medical issues, and they have intentionally taken their time and ignored me at helping. I've also attempted to get a copy of my file for 4 years and attorneys, any and all communications between the landlord and them, internal communications, they've completely ignored. The DC housing inspector is legally supposed to provide a copy of the inspection report, which Amy Glassman is ignoring. No written notices, no nothing. Councilman Wright, I respectfully disagree. I really feel that DC Housing Authority should be put in receivership. Also, they led you all. Nicole Whitliff only told you that they processed our RA letters for 2024. My doctor wrote one in May of 2024 and they never processed it. I also want to request a log of all the RA letters we submitted. DCHA is legally supposed to do that. They also grossly violated my privacy by giving out my attorney's names, giving them information between my previous attorneys at DCHA, OGC. They are revealing where I'm going, how they are trying to relocate me. They have way crossed the line. They're only both supposed to be providing administrative information. If you mind, I'm just almost done. Like the stopping of the HAP contract. And per their own emergency amendment, they're supposed to get my explicit authorization in writing to provide any information about the voucher recipient, to any third party, including my landlord. Councilman White, none of this was necessary because of DC's intentional negligence, and I am now homeless. The whole department was listed on the email to my landlord, and it was in your face email. I have one crucial question. I'd like to know who is actually doing oversight, like verifying and going in there, performing in-person audits and everything. That's a question I would just like to ask. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Councilman White, council members.
Thank you very much for being with us. Kiana Stanley, HPP coordinator with DC Safe.
Good morning, Good morning, Councilman White and members of the committee. My name is Kiana Stanley, and I'm the HPP manager for DC Safe. In my role, I not only see how domestic violence can disrupt safe housing, but also the challenges families face in finding affordable long-term housing in the district, including those who need permanent support to be successfully and safely housed. The DC Housing Authority is a major component in DC's fight against homelessness. Recent results from the region's point-in-time count of homeless individuals shows growth in permanent housing for homeless individuals since 2021, but still critically lists the severe shortage of affordable, available, and permanent housing for the region's lowest income households as a major factor in homelessness. We see this reality every day in our work with these DV survivors. And I urge the council to carefully consider funding for DCHA in its critical work. It cannot be overstated that the availability of vouchers and public housing stock is critical to many in the district, but we must also consider the safety and quality of that housing. We applaud that a mayor's budget includes committed funds for public housing improvements, which are much needed. But as we heard in performance hearings, careful consideration must be paid to minimize disruptions to residents in the process of completing those renovations. We previously spoke about the need for investment in safety and support for victims of domestic violence and crime in general when those incidents disrupt housing or housing safety. So we were concerned to see proposed cuts to the Housing Authority's public safety infrastructure. We previously advocated for more training and collaboration to help improve not only the immediate response to domestic violence incidents, but also how to provide critical support after an incident for things like repairing windows or doors, working with survivors for emergency transfers, and identifying households with chronic or high-risk domestic violence. Cutting funds and limiting staff in this area may save immediate funds, but we fear the long-term costs for DCHA and DV survivors. To that end, we must also urge that the FY26 budget carefully consider staffing for the agency. We have seen the negative impact of hiring freezes and short staffing across a spectrum of agencies in the district. As we work to do more with less in this difficult fiscal climate, we know that internal communication and external collaboration is essential to success. We were pleased to reconnect with points of contact at DCHA since our performance hearing testimony, but we recognize the cost of commitment to collaboration, not just for DCHA, but other agencies in the district as well. We believe there is more to be done in this collaborative space, not just with DC Safe, but with agencies like Crime Victims Compensations, who can assist with funding for things like home safety, crime cleanup, and other services is much needed. And we believe now is the time for all to come together for our city's most vulnerable. During this time of tightening belts and uncertainty, we want to uplift the importance of careful consideration for the FY26 budget for critical agencies such as DCHA. considering not only the direct housing and maintenance costs, but staffing and collaboration is essential. We appreciate the council's time and attention to thinking holistically about the needs of the city. Thank you for your time, and I'm open to answer any questions.
Thank you for being with us today. Contessa Allen Starks.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to quickly go through this. Good morning, everyone. Chairman White, members and council. My name is Contessa Allen Starks, and I'm submitting this testimony as a district resident, a mother, a small business owner, and a graduate student on track to earn my MBA in June. I've personally experienced the consequences of systematic dysfunction at the DC Housing Authority, and I strongly urge the council to re-examine how taxpayer dollars are being allocated and misallocated within the agency. As a program participant, I submitted my recertification documents back in November 24, including a phone meeting and a required paperwork. Despite doing everything on my end, my paperwork mysteriously disappeared from the system. I only found out in April of 2025, 5 months later, after reaching out myself, that my case had been reassigned to a new housing program specialist who informed me that there were no records at all. I was left in limbo, unsure if I still had the housing security and unable to proceed with my housing search due to the lack of the voucher or transfer briefing. This is not just about paperwork. It's about budget failure, a staffing failure, and most of all, a human failure. We're allocating tens of thousands or tens of millions of dollars annually to DCHA, but residents are experiencing delays in processing, emails and calls that go unanswered, scheduled inspections that are missed without notice, and recertifications that just vanish as if families don't exist in the system. Where in the funding? Where is the funding going? If not to improve the basic administrative functions. DCHA's operational shortcomings are not new, but when residents continue to experience housing insecurity due to procedural lapses, it calls into questions how the budgets are actually being prioritized. We are demanding accountability, not just for bricks and mortar, but for case management, staff training, oversight of voucher processing, and digital systems that could be capable of safeguarding the residents' data and documents. I'm a mother with disabilities, but I work hard, I study, I build businesses, I help my community. Yet I've been made to feel like a burden or a case number in a system that I rely on temporarily and periodically while I push forward with dignity. It's disheartening, it's infuriating, and it's preventable with proper oversight and reallocation of some of these resources. I respectfully request that the council invest in staffing improvements at DCHA, ensure proper training, workload balance, and professional accountability. Fund technology modernization. Residents deserve platforms that allow document upload, status tracking, and real-time case updates. Increase the audit and compliance budget for internal checks and resident complaint response mechanisms. Prioritize transfer assistance and voucher briefings so that families are not trapped in unsafe or unstable conditions due to administrative delays. I have every intention on continuing to rise this June when I earn my master's and next April as I begin my doctorate. I'm creating a legacy for my children and for the district, but no amount of ambition should have to go head to head with a broken housing authority. Budgets are moral documents. I urge this council to ensure the DCHA budget aligns with the values of equity, efficiency, and resident dignity. Thank you for your time and leadership, and I am open for questions.
Thank you very much. Robert Warren.
Thank you, Councilmember White, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I'm a housing advocate with the organization People Fairness Coalition. Just like to kind of follow up from your hearing you had yesterday, Councilmember White, and where DC Housing Authority was also a participant in that hearing. One of the things that I felt like, there wasn't really a lot of questions asked specifically around when the landlord was talking about the back rent and how that was associated with DC Housing Authority or residents who might be in public housing who are owed back rents, and also specifically the voucher holders of those individuals who owe back rent. Because through that hearing, that marathon hearing that you went through, uh, from my perspective, it was proven that housing in the District of Columbia is not affordable. Affordable housing is not affordable, specifically to a number of DC residents. And the $600 million figure that was put out there that was said that was owed in back rent to developers and realtors, they need to have really a breakdown of where that money is owed from before you guys move forward with any of the mayor's bills. I think that was kind of proven that that whole process needs to be put on hold, and there needs to be a real look at what's being said, because there were a lot of different allegations on both sides of the discussion, and I don't think that I think it would be an injustice for this council to move forward with anything related to the mayor's proposed legislation. Also, primarily, my advocacy and the advocacy organization that we represent is around a universal voucher system, a tax-based universal voucher system. I think it's also been said that we can actually have a tax-based voucher system in the District of Columbia where folks that's on a certain level, income level, will have the assistance that they need. Also believe that that is a part of housing reparations and equity for long-term DC residents, specifically those born and raised in here in District of Columbia. I believe we have to be intentional about our resources and how they're being allocated. Specifically, I believe that's one of the reasons why the mayor continues to, just do these dismal budgets when it comes to people being able to access housing in the District of Columbia that's affordable, accessible, and sustainable for them. We are a very transient city. We have a lot of residents who come in the city who are become chronically homeless in the city, and everybody deserves housing, but there are residents who were born and raised here who are under the threat of eviction and displacement, and that needs to stop. And I don't understand how we got here, because I believe DC Housing Authority is doing better than they've been doing, but we still need to have an honest conversation about how we're going to rebuild our public housing infrastructure. And I think the DC Housing Authority board member who was there representing DC Housing Authority Star Board, I don't think they really laid out a plan of action on how we're going to proceed in rebuilding our public housing infrastructure. I did hear him mention the RAG program, which I believe is a federal program that allow developers to come in and buy public housing properties. I believe that's one of the things that's some advocates feel that the mayor and the city is planning to do, is to sell off public housing properties to the highest bidder when they get a chance to help finance their stadium deal. I would hope that's not true. And like I say, I believe that would also be an injustice. But thank you again, Mr. White, for the chance to testify. And like I said, for us, it's about a universal voucher system here in the District of Columbia, so folks are not being economically discriminated against. Thank you once again for the chance to testify.
Thank you for being with us, Sharice Liu, attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. My name is Sharice Liu, an attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The district is currently facing unprecedented challenges. However, DC public housing residents have had to endure deplorable and dangerous conditions for decades, despite their long-standing advocacy for change. DC Housing Authority is now executing plans for a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation of many of its properties. We are pleased to see that the mayor has invested $52.4 million in public housing repairs in the FY26 budget, but residents need more. We, along with our Fair Budget Coalition, ask the council to add to that investment for a reoccurring $60 million commitment to DCHA's public housing preservation, renovation, and rehab process. DCHA needs to dramatically improve operations, its delivery of services, and develop accountability mechanisms for the benefit of its residents. The council should also require DCHA to issue a quarterly report that demonstrates how these funds are utilized and how the funds result in positive outcomes for residents and to DCHA properties. It is also critical to the success of DCHA's repositioning plan that the council utilizes its authority to codify residents' right to return and reintroduce and pass the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act of 2020 and include its language in the BSA. Additionally, to develop into the agency that DC residents truly deserve, council must develop a board structure that avoids undue mayoral influence and control. While the board should have knowledge of affordable housing development, it must also prioritize a concern for and understanding of the people who actually live in the properties. The board must also include voting resident members as resident expertise, and direct decision-making authority is crucial for the success of DCHA overall and to achieve its reformative goals. DC's rental market is unique. UPO reported in 2022 that 44,000 DC households spend at least half of their income on rent. A March 2025 report showed DC's average rent rose 3.3% since 2024, despite a downward trend nationwide. Evictions rose to a 10-year high. It is more vital than ever that the council makes safe, affordable housing a non-negotiable priority. DCHA must aggressively lower its vacancy rate in its public housing properties. Council also needs to fund a greater number and greater diversity of housing vouchers, especially since so many are losing vital resources. The mayor's proposed FY26 budget only makes a small investment in new PSH vouchers administered by DHS. The mayor's budget proposal neglects to invest in housing voucher resources for families and individuals that do not receive intensive services from DHS. We need voucher availability through LRSP tenant vouchers directly from DCHA and DHS-based vouchers. Last budget season, the council funded some PSH and LRSP vouchers, but DHS's lack of transparency reduced this number to less than DC Council intended. DC Council must fund more vouchers and make sure that the agency's misappropriation does not happen again. Additionally, the mayor has included major and harmful proposed changes to the HSRA in the Budget Support Act. In it, her administration attempts to restrict eligibility to shelter, remove the right of non-congregate shelter from families, and further eliminate rights to rapid rehousing and other programs. These substantive changes are not germane to the budget. DC Council must reject and remove the entire subtitle from the BSA. This is not the time for DC Council to abandon its values and fail to invest in its residents and the most fundamental of human needs, housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deatrice Belt. You will have to accept promotion. Yeah, Deatrice. Excellent. Deatrice, you can begin your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm just getting here. Not going to say much. I'm not going to take up too much time, but I'm a previous Bray Farms resident, and I am the chair of the Bray Farms Tenants and Allies Association. I just want to make sure that the budget still includes, a big portion of getting us back to hopefully, when they rebuild the houses in Berry Farms, that the promise was this, that we're still, the residents that were there that are still living and want to return is able to do that, because I do want to return to my home. I'm in an apartment now, and I'm still worried about my storage. I have a lot of my items in storage because it wasn't able to fit into my apartment because we were in houses before I was displaced from Berry Farm. So the displacement piece is very important. I just want to make sure the residents are protected and that we're still included in the conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's all of our public witnesses. And just as a heads up, after I wrap this round of questions, we're going to take a 15-minute recess and then we'll resume with our government witnesses. But Detrice, glad to have you back. How are issues or the uncertainty with storage? How's that going for now?
For now, we're okay. They haven't put a date or anything. But at first, there was a scare about a month ago that we were in a panic and was trying to get in touch with DCHA and POA, the developers. And but for now, we still have our storage. The very few families that were able to receive storage because it wasn't offered to all residents. They didn't know about that option. So for now, we don't have like a rush to move things out of storage because that was the issue. It was like a scare and notices was like, you have to, get your things out of storage. So it was a panic. But for now, we have our things in storage.
Okay, well, that's a lot of stress, and I appreciate you coming to hearings to alert us so we could work with the agency to address this. Berry Farms, historic Berry Farms has been demolished. Some of the new buildings are coming online. What's the timeline, do you know, for you to be able to move back?
No, because I want to move into the house. I know there's a single family that's being built. The senior building was built and it's open now, and then they turned it into it's not a senior building anymore that I heard of, and they did offer it to residents. They contacted me via text and was saying that you can apply to go into the senior building. Senior now is a multi-family building, but that wouldn't work for me. I want to get into the house like I was in a house before, so I want to wait. And I said, okay, if I go into the senior building, if I move into one of the other buildings, am I going to still be able to move once the houses? And they said no, so I'll just wait for the house piece, but we don't have a set date of when the houses will be finished.
Okay. I appreciate that, and keep us posted as you run into issues as you have, and I appreciate you being with us. The Sheila Davis, so you all are engaging now with the Housing Authority to speed up rent determinations and inspections. Is that right? Okay. And one of the things you mentioned for the inspections is it the policy now that people don't have to be home for inspection? There's a misunderstanding, or
No, it has always been a policy that the residents do not have to be at home.
okay,
But what we take an initiative is putting that in our newsletter and asking the housing authority to have their case managers to explain that to the residents. So we
Okay.
take an initiative to explain it more to the residents by putting it in our newsletter and actually sharing the email addresses with DC Housing.
What if they want to be home?
They can be at home.
Okay. Do they only get like 1 day's notice, or how's that
Here
work?
lately, they've been getting the notices, but the tenants, we have a lot of seniors that may not understand. So we're bringing in our resident services to, explain it to them as well. And then by me being director of special projects, I'm trying to make sure that they know
Yeah.
that sometimes they don't have to take off work.
Yeah.
They don't have to be at home all day.
But like, let's say I got a notice on Wednesday that there is going to be an inspection on Friday, and I can't take off work that quickly. What would my options be?
Your options will be that we will have a representative from our maintenance, or you can have a family member over the age of 18 that can be there. If you want someone there at your home.
All right. Okay, well, I'll just keep my ears out for how things are working. Yeah, but I mean, we got to move these inspections more quickly.
Yes,
I also want to.
yes, we do. And if they're gonna cancel or reschedule, we need to know within 24 to 48 hours, not the day before.
The
Because
people
that,
doing the inspection.
yes,
Yeah, and they got to show up.
yes, they have to show up.
All right.
But they've been showing up for us.
There we
You don't know
go.
who Inspector Ray is, but I say to the DC Housing Authority, you need to keep Inspector Ray because he been on time. He's been showing
Shout out
up.
to Inspector Ray, and we need some proteges. It
Yes,
seems.
he's a protege.
All right, Inspector Ray, that's your mission here. Um, Elena Christidis, with respect to the codifying the right to return, I agree. I trust this director and this board to stand by that commitment, but I don't know who's following them. And I think that we need to give more clarity and confidence around that piece and some of the other rights. So that's something that we are looking at as a committee. In terms of not keeping in touch with displaced residents, that's a historic problem that has to change. But what are you hearing now? People still who have been displaced, let's say within the past few years, are they still saying that the agency is not staying in touch with them?
I haven't heard any direct stories, but in a recent meeting with the agency, it just seemed like their plans seemed a little vague and maybe a little bit imprecise. I think other advocates had raised concerns about a very confusing letter that didn't kind of clearly spell out that people did have the right to return. So I would just encourage the committee to kind of ask some questions and get a little bit more detail. And this is an area where we can continue to work with the agency to kind of ensure that there's more consistency and clarity. But I can also confer with some colleagues and get back to you on that.
I appreciate it. If anybody has, clients or contacts who are saying that the agency, they've been moved, particularly within the past, let's say like 5-6 years, and folks are not keeping in touch with them, please let us know, because this is something I just don't want to happen on my watch.
And it may not need to get to this, but I think that a piece of legislation that includes a right to return could also specify, what communication has to happen at what point and in what form.
Good idea. On the STAR board, and you and a few others raised this, so let me start with you, Elena, but if others have thoughts on this, let us know. You mentioned wanting more, I guess, less influence from the mayor on the board. Do you have any legal analysis around the idea of the council having more of a say for the appointees outside of confirmation authority? It's been 2 years now since I looked into this, but I found legal hurdles that restricted the council's ability to broadly be in charge of appointees to the board. Is that something that you all have looked at?
I wasn't aware of any specific restrictions, so I would definitely want to look into the hurdles that you identified. My understanding was that, and maybe I'm wrong in this, but my understanding was that the council could or had played something of a role in the prior iteration of the board in naming specific people. But I'm happy to take a closer look at that.
Okay, we'll work together on that. McKenna Osborne, I just want to sort of re-raise something that you mentioned in your testimony. I'm glad you did, but it's the type of thing that has a significant impact, as you said, but it's not the type of thing that I think a lot of people pay attention to. But the impact of school-age kids having to move around is really significant, more significant than I or most of us would assume, based on studies that have been done, including some commissioned by the council. And so I just want to re-raise and re-highlight that when families have to move, particularly unnecessarily, statistically, it has just tremendous impacts on their academic performance and therefore on many aspects of later life, future earnings, job stability, mental health, physical health. And that's just something that's important that doesn't get spoken about enough in these hearings. So I just wanted to underline that important point. Annie Halsey, with respect to recycling and public housing, why is this not handled by DPW? You may have had to leave. Annie Halsey, are you still here? We can follow up with you.
Oh, yes, I'm here. I'm
Oh.
sorry. I didn't hear my name at first.
No problem, no
I'm
problem.
here.
Hopefully you are multitasking.
I am. I'm working. Yes.
Why is recycling not handled by DPW?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know the full answer to that. But most contracts are privately held. Yeah, and why that is, I can get back to you. I can find
Well,
out.
we can find out from the agency. That was just something I,
Yeah, it seems to be it's strange. Residential single family homes are handled by DPW, but not multi-unit buildings.
Yeah.
So something, yeah, some historical reason for that
I guess I
diversion.
wonder if there's a prohibition. I mean, for public housing, it's the city has a large stake in it, and so I don't know why we wouldn't maybe handle it differently than private
Right.
multifamily buildings.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Well, I'll
Well,
look into that as well because that is a good question, and thank you for
Yes.
reminding me.
And for my clarity, I think you said this, but I missed it. What's happening now with respect to recycling and public housing
Well,
communities?
nothing. Um, there are some buildings that have private contractors who handle recycling, but by and large, nothing is happening. And those that do have private contracts are variable in terms of what is recyclable and what actually gets recycled. So it's minimal activity in public housing.
Um, I appreciate that. Well, we'll look into it as well and compare notes.
Great, thank
Karen
you very much.
Lundrigan, quick question. Have you've moved out of the unit that's having all the issues, mice, mold, hot water, heat, AC issues?
Not officially. What I did was I was advised to get all my belongings and put them in storage because there's dead mice everywhere, ants crawling everywhere. So I spent $2,000 getting movers and putting all my things in storage,
Mm.
because they could come in there more freely and clean the mold and do all the other stuff. So I was advised to put my things in storage, which I had to do.
All right. I'm sorry to hear this. I know you've reached out to my office, so we'll keep trying to help.
Okay. I
Have
appreciate
you tried to move to somewhere else?
Yeah, I put in applications, but it takes a while. And to be honest with you, a lot of landlords don't like renting, as you know, to voucher recipients. And I think a lot of landlords aren't aware of the laws around it, with credit reports. Like I just received an email from someone, claiming the numbers don't add up. They don't understand the laws, with voucher holders. That's been a bit of a challenge for me,
Okay.
to be honest with you. And it's been and honestly, the housing authority is taking their time, like, with security deposit assistant, helping with your request for tenancy approval. I've had landlords told me they reached out to them, but they're ignoring them. So,
Okay. I'm very sorry to hear that. We'll have to talk to maybe the Office of the Tenant Advocate to see how we might do an information blitz, and then a better job around enforcement. And I will continue to encourage people, if you believe that there is a source of payment discrimination
I
that
do.
seems relatively clear, and there are
Yes.
specific instances, reach out to me and my team so that we can
Yes, sir.
look into those specific instances.
I appreciate it. I just want to say the Office of Tenant Advocate did put me up. They've done limited help, but because of the budget, they said they couldn't put me up in mental health for more than 2 weeks. So,
Yeah,
but I would appreciate any kind of help. Thank you again, Councilman.
thank you. Um, Angel Stevens, I appreciate your testimony and do understand your concern, specifically around people being pushed aside, as you believe, for stadiums and theaters. I very much understand this sentiment. As I, had a back and forth with some witnesses earlier. The city does need sources of revenue, but again, that's why it's important that these things be investments where the city get more out of it than we put in, so that we have resources to focus on people-focused investments like housing and social services. So I hear you loud and clear, and I'm going to keep fighting to make sure these investments are good investments. But I hear you. Contessa Allen Starks, I appreciate you sharing your experiences, although I'm disappointed and frustrated to hear how it has gone for you and how it has felt in the process, and appreciate your feedback around what would make the process feel more smooth and dignified. Robert, one, I do want to respond to something that you said. There is not, to my knowledge, a plan to sell off public housing to fund the stadium. But again, and this has come up a few times, so I know the Housing Authority is hearing it. There's just a lot of question marks around the future of our housing stock that we've got to start to put more clarity around sooner than later. And other testimonies I appreciate. I've taken a lot of notes around board structure, the desire for more money for public housing, repair and maintenance, issues around staffing and protecting people fleeing domestic violence. So I want to thank all of our public witnesses for being with us today. Your insights are incredibly helpful for us to know where we need to focus on, what's going well, what's not going well, and things we may be missing. So thank you very much for being part of this budget hearing. I appreciate your time and insights.
Councilman White, can I just real quick before we get off, I did want to just comment on when you asked about the Starboard. And one of the things I know that I did hear when the guy testified, that they're planning on keeping 4 of the Starboard members, is the mayor proposing, and adding 5 more. And I just like a point of clarity, because I think he talked about the racial equity issue. And the only other thing I wanted to bring up to you also was related to the mayor's bill, her housing bill. You have your office on racial equity, the mayor's office on racial equity, and the council's office on racial equity. And I kind of feel like you guys created these entities to check a box, and you actually don't utilize them, because if the mayor's offering this legislation, then that legislation should come through both of those processes before the weigh in on them, before they actually come up for a vote, so y'all can be informed about, are they equitable to the district residents. And I would find, from the conversation that was had yesterday, that it doesn't pass the muster. And it's the same thing with there was another comment made around the LSRP vouchers going up to 50%. And I'm not exactly sure where they're going with that. Currently, I don't know if the mayor actually funds any LSRP vouchers in this fiscal year budget. So why would they be saying they want to, are they saying that people who currently have a local rent supplement voucher would be required to pay 50% of their income now instead of the 30%? So I would appreciate it if we could kind of get some clarity on what's being proposed. Thank you.
Absolutely. I will work to get you some clarity on that. And on the offices of racial equity, they don't have veto power. So sometimes we will get a report from the council office of racial equity, and they will disagree with a bill. And so, sometimes I will disagree with them. But it is up to us to utilize them in the way that we believe individually and then collectively is in the best interest of the city and of racial equity. But I think it's important that we not just have these to have them and check a box, as you say. So I will admit that there have been some times, I can't give you a specific now, but there have been some bills where I've read the Council Office on Racial Equity report, and I've disagreed with them on a racial equity basis. But sometimes I've read it and I have agreed. I appreciate it. Let me just invite Tyrell Holcomb, who hobbled in after an accident at the buzzer as I was wrapping up public witnesses in dramatic fashion. I'm going to allow you to testify before we recess. And I hope you're doing all right.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and staff members. My name is Tyrell Holcomb. I have the honor of serving at Jubilee Housing as the Vice President of External Affairs. Native Washingtonian, grew up in Ward 7, where I still reside today, and appreciative of this opportunity to testify. I want to start by applauding the $52.4 million that has been set aside to be invested into public housing repairs and improvements, but recognize the need that obviously that number needs to grow from the 52.4 million. As someone who grew up in an affordable housing community, I know the difference that quality, well-maintained housing can make in a person's life, no matter what part of the city you live in and that you call home. How much rent you pay, everyone deserves housing that is safe, dignified, and stable. I also want to lift up the continued value of the local rent supplement program. LRSP remains one of the most effective tools we have for ensuring families at or below 30% of the area median income can access long-term housing in high opportunity neighborhoods. At Jubilee, we rely on LRSP to create and preserve deeply affordable homes in areas that offer access to strong schools, public transportation, jobs, and services. We know that deeply affordable housing must be available to everyone, including residents returning home from incarceration. Housing is a cornerstone of reentry, and without it, without it, everything else becomes harder. At Jubilee, we've made it a priority to create safe and stable housing for returning citizens as a part of our broader mission. Right now, we have 4 new developments that are in the pipeline that will expand access to safe, supportive, and deeply affordable housing, especially for those who are most often left out of high opportunity neighborhoods. We're hopeful that the $100 million proposed for the Housing Production Trust Fund will help bring projects like ours to life. But we also want to be clear-eyed about the financial strain rental arrears continue to place on providers. Even as we invest in new housing, we're still carrying the weight of pandemic-era back rents, and it limits our ability to operate, maintain existing units, and scale up. If we want to build a stronger housing ecosystem, we need to address both sides of the equation: bold new investments and long overdue financial relief. I also want to acknowledge how helpful the ongoing DCHA providers meetings have been, especially as we all try to plan around continued uncertainty at the federal level. Those spaces give us a line of sight into program changes, allowing the opportunity for dialogue and help ensure we're aligned on how we can best serve district residents. Jubilee would like to thank DCHA's team, headed by Director Pettigrew, for their continued partnership and responsiveness, while recognizing that the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. We'd also like to thank you, Chairperson White, for your leadership and all that you will do to ensure that the city's FY26 budget makes housing investments match the urgency of the moment. Thank you for this opportunity to testify and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony and the work that you all are doing broadly, but also specifically around housing returning citizens. Just incredibly important in a population that is overrepresented in our shelters. So thank you very much. And again, thank you to all of our public witnesses who showed up to testify and for continuing to be thought partners. We need those now more than we have in a long time. So I appreciate you all. So we will be in a brief 15-minute recess. And we will resume at 12:30 with Director Pettigrew and his team from the Housing Authority. So we are in a brief recess.
Thanks, Councilman White.
Thank you. All right, we are resumed. I want to thank our director for being with us and for you and your team to be here. Director Pettigrew is obviously the director of the DC Housing Authority. So you can begin with an opening statement and or anything that you have, and if you would also start by introducing your team. Before we do that, sorry, let me swear in our witnesses. So anybody who is or may be answering questions, let me ask that you raise your right hand. All right, I see. All right, because I see you didn't raise your hand, so I'm gonna have to swear you in by yourself if you have to answer a question. All right, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, thank you. All right, and she said yes too in the back, so everybody is good. Director, you can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Felder, and the rest of the team. I'm going to forego an opening statement, which is dive right into the questions. So,
look, I'm here for it every time. Let's get right to it. Thank you. Actually, let me start with big picture things, and we'll start a 10-minute clock, and I'll turn to Councilmember Felder next. Let me start with some big picture things. One of the things that came up and has come up at previous hearing is just the question: what's happening? What is the future of our public housing stock, both with respect to vacant units and with respect to communities that may or may not undergo some significant transformation?
right. So, obviously, our main focus has been to rehab the units that were offline or uninhabitable when I got here. As you know, the vacancy rate was at 73% back then when we first hit the doors, now above 84%, and we've been rehabbing units. So, but the goal is to lay out a comprehensive redevelopment and rehab plan. I heard several other witnesses talk about the units that are offline. They go offline for a particular reason. And obviously, we want those units back online as well. But, you know, obviously, in terms of how we manage our vacancies and our funding that comes from HUD, there's a lot of different variables that affect when units go offline and why. Obviously, the reason why they really go offline is because they're uninhabitable. Mm-hmm. Or it's going to take a long time to rehab them because there's so much damage to those units. And so we put them offline because if we keep them online and they stay vacant, it affects our vacancy rate, which affects our operating funds. So in terms of HUD saying, hey, you know, we're going to cut your funds because you got a 73% vacancy rate, but if you pull these offline, it allows you guys to keep your vacancy rate up in order to be able to maintain that level of funding that HUD gives you. So there is a purpose and reason for it, aside from the fact that it takes these units a while to be rehabbed. So just so you know, so we're looking to do a rehabilitation plan, a more aggressive rehabilitation plan, even though the one we have is really aggressive now. So we're in the planning stages of finalizing the plan to get a little more aggressive on rehab. And then obviously there's the redevelopment side of it. And this, with the Section 18 applications, we're waiting to still hear from HUD with regards to those 7 applications because these properties do need to be redeveloped. I mean, the infrastructures are all bad. I mean, and that's just the reality. It's almost like literally we're putting lipstick on a pig in a way. Because while we're rehabbing a unit, the infrastructure is so bad that it could cause a unit to go offline again because the pipes burst, as I've indicated before, you know, or a ceiling falls in because of the pipes bursting or the HVAC system goes out. So it's a lot of different variables that go into where we are and why we are today. But there will be a redevelopment plan as well as a more aggressive rehab plan coming.
What's the rough timeline for that?
You mean for the plans?
Yes.
Probably, I would have to guess relatively soon. I'm thinking ideally, we'll definitely have it by the end of the year. Okay. I know that for a fact. Yeah.
All right. And that will give us clarity on the long-term plan for the units that are offline. Yep. And for any major redevelopments for public housing communities. Yes. Okay. The mayor is proposing on this topic to practically eliminate permanently the investment of $7 million for public housing repairs and maintenance that we put in the budget last year. How were you planning to use that funding, and what impact will it have on public housing maintenance and repairs?
So actually, it was for maintenance and repairs, obviously, and I understand where we are as a city in a situation. We would love to have the money because it does go to repairs and maintenance and certain things that we can't attack from the capital side because we get capital funds as well. But there's a delineation there when we arrived about how you could spend each bucket of money. So that $7 million was really important for us to do, rehab and maintenance work. So.
The DCHA submitted a report last month indicating that you had obligated 42% of the FY24 local allocation for public housing capital improvements. So that suggests to me that it might be okay to go along with the mayor's proposal to delay about half of the proposed FY26 allocation by 1 year. So instead of getting about $51 million next year, you'd get about 26 million next year and 26 million the year after. How are you thinking about this part of the proposal?
We just talked about that. Yeah.
Nicole Wycliffe, Deputy Executive Director. So actually the fiscal year 24 now is all being submitted. Those funds, we're working on the fiscal year 25. So with the impact, the reduction in 26 of approximately half the 26 million, we feel that obligating the fiscal year $25 will allow us, probably will not start until fiscal year 26. So in other words, reducing it for 26 will probably be fine.
Okay.
Because just the number of projects are where we're going to bring on once we bring the plan in the next few months on fiscal year 25's capital dollars.
Okay. And while I think all of us recognize things are far from perfect at this point, there was a noticeable absence of dozens of people coming to testify saying, I have a long-standing maintenance issue. We track and we work together on those monthly numbers, which generally have been moving in the right direction. But what are you seeing now in terms of, and I have the numbers here somewhere I can look for them, but in terms of, what are you seeing now in terms of how quickly you are able to resolve maintenance concerns from residents? And I know like the numbers, I have the numbers, but I'm less talking about, last month versus the month before and more broadly. Do you see the agency speeding up? Do you see yourself kind of hitting the capacity, like where you are now is where you expect to stay? Are there things coming in the future that will change things? What are you seeing more broadly?
So for the work orders, the repairs and maintenance work orders, we report in the board book, I say it's an average of 5 days, prior on emergencies. The time has definitely decreased by the staff now addressing those work orders and repair and maintenance needs that are coming in. Of course, as director always says, you go in, you fix one thing, then several more, so it creates a plethora of more work orders. The team's going in the right direction. We brought on a new senior VP of our property management operations, and that she's working with that team to beef up any openings for maintenance staff. But we've definitely seen a reduction in the time to address repairs and maintenance work orders on a lower scale. Now, when contractors come in, supplies, cost, it's a little different there.
Yeah, but I'm always cautious. Just because it's 5 today, it may go up later depending on how many hit us, right? So,
Sure.
but from a sense standpoint, we're headed in the right direction. And one thing I learned a long time ago was progress is not linear, right? I mean, but you can see it and you see that, the foundation's starting to take place. People are starting to buy in. We're bringing in other resources to help out. And I think the residents are starting to see more accountability. So the goal is to continue to be accountable and obviously become more efficient as we move forward.
I appreciate that. And I'll tell for residents, as we look at the data we get from the agency month to month, the numbers don't always move in the right direction. And I see that in the midterm as a good thing because I want honest data, not, stuff to make us feel good. And some months are going to be harder than others for, for various reasons, and that's life. But so we're looking at longer term trends, which do seem to be moving in the right direction. And I hope folks will continue to reach out to us as they see or experience concerning things. But those things do seem to be moving in the right direction. So you still have a number of contractors doing supplementing a lot of this repair and maintenance work. Is that right?
Are they still on?
Yep. Okay. Do you think this will be the permanent or semi-permanent posture of the agency, or do you think that you need to look at expanding internal staff?
For the foreseeable future, I think we're starting to hit that sweet spot right now. Obviously, the goal is to get these places redeveloped, but you won't have as many maintenance issues when you go forward. But for right now, I think we're in a pretty good space. But we'll continue to monitor it, obviously. And if we need to, we just bring on more resources to help us out because, my goal is to make sure that we have what we need in order to be able to take care of residents.
Okay. Ms. Eath,
Yes.
I had a lot of interactions with residents, seem to know her everywhere we went. And she's gone to, I think, lead a housing authority elsewhere. And I'm really
Thanks to
happy.
me.
What's that? Thanks to you. Which I think speaks to her work in caliber of professionalism. Has someone come in to replace her?
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Carolyn Punter.
Okay.
Where's Carol? She's right there.
Excellent. Okay.
So Carolyn's been at DCHA before. She's a veteran. She knows how to put things in place and make things move. So we're excited that she came back to join the family.
All right, so I'll be seeing you at our walkthroughs, Carolyn. I look forward to it. Let me do this. Let me pause there and turn over to my colleague, who I'm excited to have with us, Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Want to jump right in. Thank you for convening today's oversight hearing on the DC Housing Authority's proposed budget for FY 2026. As a former resident of public housing, I understand firsthand the many challenges that our public housing neighbors experience daily, which is why I appreciate earlier testimonies from Ward 7 residents like Patricia Malloy, Karen Settles, Beatrice Evans, many of whom live in or around DCHA's properties. As the Ward 7 council member, I remain laser focused on protecting our most low-income and vulnerable residents, especially in this difficult fiscal climate. While I respect and greatly appreciate the work of DC Housing Authority's Executive Director, Keith Pettigrew, and members of his senior leadership team, I am deeply concerned about the significant cuts to public safety, capital repairs, and affordable housing support reflected in your proposed budget. It is no secret that when our wealthy and middle-class families catch a cold, our most low-income families, they catch flus. And it is in that content that we must evaluate how the cuts to DCHA's proposed budget will impact our most vulnerable residents. Additionally, the 34% reduction in funding for DCHA's security operations directly threaten safety at vulnerable Ward 7 public housing sites like Kenilworth Courts, Richardson Dwellings, and Lincoln Heights, communities that have long struggled with persistent crime, illegal dumpings, and public safety challenges. Furthermore, the nearly 50% reduction in capital funds raises serious questions about DCHA's ability to address aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and urgent repairs, many of which directly affect the quality of life of many of my constituents. Ward 7 families, especially those living in public housing, deserve to live in housing that is not only affordable, but safe, stable, and well maintenance. I look forward to engaging with the agency today to better understand how this budget will meet the needs of Ward 7 public housing neighbors and what adjustments may be necessary to fully protect our most vulnerable residents. Mr. Chairman, I'll jump right in with my questions. And before I do, I think it's important to note on record, I appreciate Director Pettigrew, and I see the Chief of Chief of Police in the back, for the great community event that was held, I think, last Saturday or 2 Saturdays ago at Lincoln Heights. It was a community day. So I do appreciate the work that the Housing Authority is doing along Ward 7 sites. But with that, I'll chime in with my questions. So the proposed FY 2026 budget reduces DCHA's public safety allocations by 2.2 million. Given the well-documented safety concerns at Kenilworth Courts, Lincoln Heights, and other Ward 7 communities, how will this reduction impact the number of officers, patrols, and or other security coverages along these sites?
So those funds were deemed enhancement funds for last year's budget, and it allowed us to bring on contractors to help police some of our properties.
Okay. Do you have a total number of how many contractors may be needed to fill in the gap of permanent FTEs? Come join us, Chief.
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Hey, Chief.
Repeat that question for me.
I asked about how the reduction in public safety costs, based on the budget, there's a $2.2 million public safety allocation reduction. So how that will impact the number of officers, patrols, and or security coverages along the public housing sites in Ward 7.
Well, right now, if we stay steady, and there are definitely recruiting challenges with this area with law enforcement. But if we stay steady, it will help us to keep the course. It's hard to say that if we go below that, it would definitely impact us.
Copy.
We could definitely use more boots on the ground. It goes in concert with the 21st policing strategy of using technology along with staffing to assist with reducing crime and also the fear crime.
And Director Pettigrew was mentioning that outsourcing with contractors, security firms, I'm assuming. Chief, do you have an estimate of how many contractors or additional security officers may be needed to kind of help fill in the gap?
Managing expectations, I would say maybe 15 full-time employees,
Okay.
maybe. But the issue with contract is the quality of services.
Okay.
They're competing as well, and I think you look at industry standards. It's just challenging to really get a good contract company that provides the services that we need. So we're holding steady with one we have now at 3 different sites, and we're 4 different sites right now.
Okay.
That's our senior buildings. We really don't use them on the properties other than the senior buildings right now.
Thank you, Chief. And just a follow-up question. Residents regularly raise concerns about violent incidents, drug activities, and loitering on the near Ward 7 DCHA's properties. How does DCHA plan to maintain or strengthen safety and security measures with substantially reduced security resources?
Well, we work in concert with the Metropolitan Police Department. We staff the Real-Time Crime Center 24/7. So we use technology along with boots on the ground. And one thing I'll say that a lot of our issues do not come from our residents. So we have increased our barring authority, barring members that don't live on the property, that come on the properties for to commit nefarious-minded activity, et cetera. So that's proven to be successful. I'll use Lincoln Heights. In particular, you see way more kids on the basketball court this year than you used to see last year. So we made some significant cases. And you look at the broken window theory, just attacking or looking at the certain activities that's going to tank the crime. And that's what we've been focusing on.
Gotcha. Oftentimes, when people think about public safety, they think about officers, patrols, security guards, et cetera. Not to take into consideration that public safety can come in a form of capital improvements, which is a segue to my next question. The capital budget includes some funding for security upgrades, cameras, access control, et cetera. Can you provide a breakdown of how much of the capital plan will directly address security upgrades in Ward 7 property specific?
We're doing,
Oh,
We can get back to you on that. We don't have the breakdown by the wards.
Okay.
Mhm.
Just a FYI, all my questions care only about Ward 7.
That's the, we got you.
You representing, right?
Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you for that. Moving along, sticking along with the capital budget. The capital budget for FY 2026 is being cut by nearly half. Can you outline what capital projects in Ward 7 will still move forward in FY 2026 and which may be delayed or eliminated due to these cuts?
So now that we know, in the future, we'll have the wards on here, but we don't have it listed by wards. But just to speak, all the projects that we currently have now in the pipeline
Okay.
will continue. Because when we came on board, there was funds that hadn't been expended from prior fiscal years. So we're able to utilize those dollars. And as I said earlier to Councilmember White, the prior year funds that we're now using and using fiscal year 25, we should be fine in 26 to continue all the projects that we have slated for, and we'll get you the Ward 7 ones.
Got you. Could you speak to how DCHA prioritize the various projects? I mean, I would say specifically in Ward 7, but just could you walk me through like what your prioritization methods include?
So it's a collaborative effort with the team. Of course, all the infrastructure is aging in many of the projects. So we've really been more reactive because stuff was broken when we came in, so it's fixing. So we're now working on the plan. As Director said, we'll come back and we'll have this plan before the end of the year. That will come with prioritization of the properties. We'll have the wards on there. But generally, it's what's broken right now, what we have to fix, what's being reactive from prior, but the plan is coming soon.
And also there are assessments done too, of some of the properties too, that, and properties that are worse off tend to get to bump to the front of the line with the P&A analysis.
Thank you. Good segue to my next question. Many Ward 7 public housing developments are facing aging infrastructure, as you just mentioned, Nicole. Elevator, HVAC system, plumbing, and roofing failures. What is DCHA's strategy to prevent further deterioration at these sites given the capital cuts?
So we've started to make repairs at various properties, again, depending upon how bad they are at the time. We are going to be putting a plan together, a more comprehensive plan with regard to where these properties are, all of the properties. We don't sort of divvy them up by ward, obviously, but we're going to get you your ward numbers. So there will be a more comprehensive plan with regard to rehab as well as redevelopment coming. And that'll lay it all out for you guys in terms of sequencing, you know, what, when, where, and how, and why. And it's pretty clear that something from Ward 7 better get done, obviously.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So there'll be a plan coming, as I told Chairman White, to lay a more aggressive plan for rehab. And we're turning units now because, you know, that's where we started. But now we need to think a little more globally with regard to how we now lay out a more comprehensive plan for both redevelopment and substantial rehab.
Copy. Okay. Well, that concludes my questions for this round, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to welcome my colleague from Ward 3, Councilmember Matt Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I have to say, I love it when my colleague from Ward 7 talks about when middle and high income people get a cold, that lower income folks get the flu, because it puts me in the mind of my father. I grew up outside of Detroit, and he always used to say, when the national economy gets a cold, Detroit gets pneumonia. So I'll just plant that seed.
Yes,
You might go from flu to pneumonia. It has a punch to it. I have a series of questions. I don't know if I should ask them or you know what they're already going to be and you just go ahead and answer them. But let's start. On the vacancy rate and the offline units, I have to say, when I look at the numbers, they trouble me and tell me why they should not. When we had a vacancy rate of 76%, I don't know, did that include offline units at the time? So
it did.
The 76%.
He's saying when it was 76%, but
were there any offline units at that point?
Yeah, units were offline, yes.
And not included in that rate? And So, and where we are now is it feels like between offline units and vacant units, we still got about 2,400, 2,500 units that are not being filled with people, which is still like close on a third.
But that's because they're uninhabitable.
I hear you, but our goal is to have more of the units filled.
Yes.
And so we need to be making progress on both metrics if we're going to get to our goal of serving more residents. And for you, it could feel like a slog, honestly, because a unit gets vacated and then you determine it's in such bad shape it has to go into it. But what is the pot of money that you're relying on to bring units that are offline online?
So we utilize the federal capital fund dollars. We utilize the capital funds in the city budget as well.
And how many units do you think you'll be able to bring from offline online in the next fiscal year?
Forget it. We ran the number before because you've asked this question before.
Yeah.
But I forgot what the answer was. But I don't want to guess.
Jackie's out. You can switch up here, Dan.
So roughly, approximately about 800 units a year. They average about 80 units a month.
They go from offline to online.
Well, just rehab period. Even when they're offline, we will still rehab them and then rent them. Lift them up.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, that, there might be 80 that you're rehabbing, which gives you the capacity to bring them from offline online in terms of available to be rented.
Yes.
But still, when people vacate units, oftentimes you'll do an assessment and they have to go offline. So at 800, that would take 2 years to go through the existing, or a little less than 2 years to go through the existing inventory of offline units.
Right, for right now.
But it'll grow. So it'll take at least 2 years before you can bring all the units that are offline online.
But you still may have units that go offline.
Right.
See, that's where, but also, as I indicated to Chairman White, we're putting together a more comprehensive plan too for substantial rehab to attack more units.
So then back on the just plain old vacant, so it's like 1,000 units that are vacant. Why? Aren't there people out there who need those units? What is the hangup of getting folks placed into those vacant units?
1,000 units that are livable, that are vacant?
No, so there's 1,083 online vacant units right now. All of those are not ready though. So like you said, we're doing 80 a month, 80 can be offline or online. So right now we probably have approximately 60 or 70 units that are ready to move in. And the team has aggressively been working with families off the wait list to get those occupied in those units. So all 1,083 units that are online are not ready. They're going through some stage of renovations.
Oh, so many in the vacant basket might, as a practical matter, be offline because they're not ready to be rented to somebody.
So just so I'm understanding this correctly, there's online units, which right now we have 1,083 vacant as of the last report. And then there's offline units, which is what, about 1,300 or something, correct. So some of the 1,300 may be getting worked on to come back online. Some of the 1,083 contractors and team are renovating those. So there's still units that are not ready. All 1,083 are not ready for occupancy. That's part of that 80 a month, can be coming from both of those buckets.
So how many are ready for occupancy?
We've got about, where's my team? 71.
Just 71 out of
Yeah.
that 1,000 that are vacant are ready to be occupied.
Yes.
Where's the money come? That also come out of the capital?
Combination.
So, I mean, actually now, if it's 800 a year you could be doing. Now it's 3 years before you can bring them all online, because now you got 1,000 that are vacant online, but to my way of thinking, as a practical matter, offline, because they're not ready to be rented. So they need to be made ready to rent. Then you got 1,300 that need to be made ready to rent. So you got 2,300 that aren't ready to rent, and 800, bringing them on at 800 a year, it's going to take 3 years. It's interesting because if you took all those ones that aren't ready to rent and you put them in the offline, you would be at your 95% occupancy rate.
Yeah.
So why don't you, if they're not ready to rent? Why aren't they offline? If it's a practical matter, it seems to me they are offline.
So HUD has requirements to be able to take units offline. So offline is you actively have a contract with a contractor to renovate those units, or it has to be one that is going under either Section 18, some type of repositioning. So the ones that are eligible, we submit them as they come offline. So they haven't been submitted, they're not eligible under HUD's requirements.
So when you say Section 18 ready for a reposition, does that mean that's in a building that you may have an idea that you would do a development project, like a mixed income development project at? Is that what the Section 18 project is?
The Section 18 project can be a plethora. So it could be a redevelopment, it could be a subsidy swap. It could be any reason of those applications. But once you submit that application, they allow you now to take those units offline.
I see. So when you have 8 applications?
Seven.
And when do you hear about, you need to hear from HUD whether
Yes.
or not those applications have been approved?
Yes.
What's the likely timetable for that?
Whew, so it has increased. It used to be about 6 months. Now it's 9 months to a year that it could take. But we speak with them very frequently. But these applications have been in for probably over 6 months now. So we haven't gotten a final answer from HUD yet.
So is there a hope that we would, you're going to have a rehab plan by the end of the year? Is there a hope that we would get a response to those applications by the end of the year?
I would hope so.
Because, I mean, it does go to, I mean, sometimes folks think, oh, well, there's a whole bunch of units that are parked because they're waiting to see whether or not they can do a redevelopment. And that's not a crazy idea. I mean, that is one of the reasons that they are parked, is because there is a pending application to do a redevelopment project of a different form. How many of the 1,300 that are offline are associated with an application for Section 18?
693 as of our last report.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I think I've exhausted this topic and don't want to start a new one, so I'm going to be super generous and turn over 20 seconds.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. At-large Councilmember Christina Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman White, and it's afternoon. Just finished my own hearing in the Department of Behavioral Health, so apologies for being a little bit late, but I'm glad we have this time. I'll get right to it. I want to start on capital, sort of a continuation of the little bit of the conversation. I learned some new things in your responses to Councilmember Fruman around online versus offline and what are the pieces there. But want to get clarity on the capital budget, because sometimes the budget books that we receive can be wrong. So I just want to make sure we're all operating from the same set of facts. So in my reading, the mayor's proposed FY26 budget would reduce the capital funding to $26.2 million. That's roughly half of what we thought you might have. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And when we look back to, or going back to 2021, the council has actually allocated about $233 million in capital funding. What we're seeing is that for the FY26 proposed capital budget chapter for DCHA is that you all currently have a balance of about $79.4 million in capital. that hasn't been spent yet. Is that accurate?
Do you have that one? So I know that, and Dan probably could come up here shortly and Heather can answer. I know that we are working on the fiscal year 25 funds now, and that's about 50-something million, but the
Okay.
24 should already be, if not submitted to the office already to be fully utilized.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to, let me ask it a different way. How much capital do you have, funding do you have in your budget today? Available that you can go ahead and spend?
Because we've submitted some, but how much do we have? I would assume it'd be all of fiscal year 25 since we haven't provided that yet. But we'll have to get back to you on that answer.
Okay,
So
so
52 million was allocated for fiscal year 25, and that plan is going in July of all the projects for that 52 million, so it's not expended yet.
okay, so we haven't even started spending yet on the 52.
That's correct.
Okay, what was the delay in that? Because it's May, June on Saturday, so that's some months
Right, so-
into 25.
That's correct. So when this administration came on, we were spending fiscal year 23 dollars still. So when this administration came on, the team got fiscal year 23 out the door, fiscal year 24 should all be expended and coming over soon. So we're playing catch up on prior year dollars that were here.
Okay. All right. So this actually puts a little bit into perspective of kind of knowing, right? I think in initial glance or read, it's like, oh my gosh, the mayor is cutting capital funding for DCHA by half. But if we haven't even started spending the money that we already have planned for this year, then there is, I think, some space for catch up.
I agree.
No, okay. All right. I might have missed this, Director Pettigrew, in your, well, no, I did miss it because I didn't see your testimony. So I know that you strike me as a data guy who puts a plan in place and is tracking progress overall. Since you've come on as executive director, how many units have you all been able to touch with the capital funding?
Wow, with the capital funding.
Do you have that answer? Yes.
Daniel Denning, Deputy Director of Capital Construction and Design.
All right, what was your last name? You got to lean into the mic.
Sorry.
It's okay. Don't be scared of it.
Yeah, Daniel Denning, Deputy Director of Capital Construction and Design. Since January of last year, we've done 1,164 units.
1,164 units. Okay. Is that a normal pace? Is that a good pace? Is that a slow pace? That seems like a lot to me in a year, but you know, I don't do capital construction.
It's actually a good pace because nothing was being done before. I mean, it's kind of relative, right? I mean, I don't, you know, but I think it's a pretty aggressive pace, and we're trying to figure out ways to increase that through another rehab plan, comprehensive rehab plan.
Okay. All right. All right. We kind of have the answer to that. Okay. The operating subsidy proposal for FY26 would eliminate the rehabilitation and maintenance fund. How have you all been using this in the past? And what's the loss of this fund in terms of how might this impact your ability to do rehab and maintenance going forward?
So it's my understanding this is the first year, and then you can correct me that we've gotten the funds.
This year, FY25?
Yes, fiscal
Okay.
year 25 is the first for the 7.5 million. We do have the plan to utilize those funds on repair and maintenance projects. So the impact of not getting it, I'm speaking like director's terms, all the money we can get is great for the properties. But since this was the first year, we just executed a plan now for the 7.5 repair and maintenance funds.
Okay. Maybe Deputy Director Denny? Okay, you could sort of speak to this. What would you say is the biggest barrier you all have had in rehab and modernization? Is it contracts? Is it there not enough qualified individuals that you need? Is it that the units were in such disrepair that it's taking more than you thought? what's the biggest barrier as you guys are going through this?
And you touched on it perfectly. So, and as Director Prediger has mentioned, that the aging infrastructure of the building impacts our unit turns and our repairs and maintenance on daily maintenance. So that has been impactful. You know, we'll go and turn a unit, as he had talked about earlier. You know, we'll fix a unit on one side of the building, then something happens on the other side. So that's impacted things.
Okay. And I know you mentioned some delays with HUD,
Those are Section 18 applications.
the application,
Yeah.
6 months.
It's been about 6 months. Been long.
It's been, yeah, it's been over 6 months, about a
Okay.
year. About a
I
year.
feel like we have to, you know, there's so much that's going on. It kind of feels like every day is a new day of like, what in the world is happening? But in elevating issues, HUD has been quiet. Right? We talk about Department of Ed, I can talk about CMS, I can give all the energy in the world in terms of what's happening with Department of Transportation, et cetera, but not a lot has said about what's happening with HUD, and these applications are super important. If they pin for so long, either, number one, you can't bring that housing, you can't do the work that you need to do, but well, you guys already know. So that's just sort of a note for us in terms of like, we can't forget this part of it. The budget this year proposes no new vouchers. The council funded a minor increase in vouchers last year. I'm interested to hear about DCHA's capacity to administer the local voucher program with the current voucher numbers. I know there's been a back and forth over the last few years about the division of labor between you all and the Department of Human Services in terms of the lease up process. I got the sense during performance oversight that your position is that big delays are in the amount of time it takes for someone to find a unit to live in. Is that still accurate?
Yeah, it is a challenge when people taking their time to get units. Now you're talking on the local side?
Yeah.
Local side, yeah. We're not necessarily involved on the searches for the local side. We deal with we do the searches for the federal side. So that would be more for a DHS question to ask, but answer. However, I will say this, Director Pierre and I started these biweekly meetings. That is 2 weeks, right? Biweekly. I keep getting confused. So, and we've committed to assessing the process and streamlining the process, along with some of the advocates. A couple of advocates testified this morning about the fact that after the last hearing, I reached out to them to say, listen, let's sit down, let's work together to solve this problem, become more efficient, and service people in a much quicker manner.
Okay. Are you tracking how long it's taking you all to send out inspectors after a unit has been identified?
We do track that, but I don't think we have the numbers on us right now.
Okay. I'd love to know. Again, we're trying to look for where the bugs in the system.
Yeah.
And when we have a process that is shared amongst two agencies, sometimes we got to have these questions on this. Really quickly, rental arrears, how are you all looking?
Rental arrears.
Well, you get to the big sigh before you answer. Like,
I'm like,
That wasn't a sigh. That was an that wasn't a sigh.
so I heard a lot of testimonies the other day, but yes, we have pretty high amount in arrears as well.
Like what's the number?
Percentage wise, well, we can definitely get back to that, get you the percentage of unpaid rents. We can provide that. But I would say definitely it's probably in the 20%, if not higher.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Let me just follow up on some of the questions from Councilmember Fruman to make sure I was following correctly. For the units, rehab and maintenance, talking both online and offline, what's the source of funding for fixing those?
Combination. Our federal capital funds, the city capital funds, and repair funds that's coming in, and then any operational funds we may have.
And how much? How much is in those various accounts now, roughly?
I'm not sure. We can get back to that.
So it's not like it's in a bank account, you know? Is that what you're asking?
I'm just asking how much.
How much
when
is
I-
that?
Okay. And so I found the answer to her question a while ago. We have around 87 million right now in district capital funds that we need to spend over the last few years. We have the 7 million R&M that we're about to submit next month to get that spend down plan submitted. And then we have around 7 million remaining in capital funds and federal capital funds. And that's mostly from our 24 grant, and we should receive our 25 grant once our move to work plan is submitted and approved by HUD in a couple of months. And so we'll receive another 25 million, somewhere in there, in capital funds from HUD. We also have HUD-held reserves that we can draw down, and we've been told that we need to spend that money because it is possible that sources at the other address across town will be pulling that from us. And so we've been earmarking and working with our Board of Commissioners on the vacant unit, urgent needs, vacant unit turns, and we've earmarked around 50 million in reserve money that we've also been pulling to help us with that. So we've been very blessed to have, you know, multiple fund sources to help us with these initiatives.
So if I'm like listening to this, 87 million in local funds, 7 million in federal funds, 20 to 25 million from HUD and coming, and then 50 in reserve, it sounds like we have the money to get our all, if not most of our housing stock into good repair. Is that right?
So we have to do the figures because I'm not sure, on the last hearing, we gave you an average of what the repair costs were costing. I know they've increased. Do you have an average now? So that's for the smaller. So if you could you go ahead and speak to that, the average to repair the larger size units or smaller?
Yeah, so the average on the smaller units is roughly about 53,000 to turn those units. And then you get into the larger bedroom sizes, and it runs generally around 76.
But that's more for the online units, no?
That's just the overall average to,
Okay,
yeah,
right.
to any of the units.
Okay, but the ones that are vacant because they're in such bad shape, you know, those are gonna cost a lot more. Those are gonna take longer.
Yeah.
Well, before I move too far off of this, can you send us a breakdown of the funds that are used for repair and maintenance, both for online and offline, so that we can understand where that money is coming from, how much is there, and then the spending on those so far this fiscal year would be helpful. And I'm not going to press it because you all clearly understand the urgency. There is a threat to any money that's sitting in the bank, you know, particularly federal money, but, you know, we got to make sure we got a plan to spend it responsibly, but urgently. But that as a follow-up would help us.
Yeah.
The other changes happening that affect funding. Last year, we approved a proposal to eliminate a non-lapsing fund where we used to we used to capture unspent voucher funds and then put them toward public housing repairs. You can't do that anymore. And you are on track to spend most of your current year allocation for vouchers. So this won't make much of a difference this year. But are you making any shifts to account for capital planning given this new restriction? It was very convoluted, but long story short, you can't use unspent voucher funds for capital improvements anymore.
Right.
How, if at all, is this changing your capital planning? And I don't know if that was a lot of money or a little bit of money.
I don't know how much was left over last year from that. But like you said, we're on pace to expend all those dollars, so there won't be any left over. So our planning, as Heather just alluded, we'll get this back to you, but our plan would be any funds
that we may be short any projects, and we would utilize any reserves, HUD-held reserves.
Federal shift. The president released a budget outline that would include a $26.7 billion cut to funding for various forms of rental assistance nationwide, including federal vouchers and public housing payments. Have you been engaged in any contingency planning in case Congress decides to move forward with cuts of this scale?
So yes, we're constantly running different scenarios and looking at what the impact may be. In conversations, we meet with some officials at HUD, generally on a weekly, bi-weekly basis. So we don't have any intel. This year, we're gonna remain funded on everything we got. So if anything, that may come up next year. But we continue to run Plan A, Plan Bs, and we'll continue to do that. So I don't have an answer now what our Plan B would be, but we're looking at it if we were impacted, if it's a matter of you can't start leasing any more vouchers or something or other.
Keep us abreast of concerns and possible federal changes so that we can, as necessary or appropriate, reach out to members of Congress or others to help make sure they understand the impacts that some of these proposals will have as you start to see any of these come to life. Public safety, Councilmember Felder covered some of this, but this year's budget, current year's budget included a one-time $2.2 million enhancement for the police force. Are you on track to use all of that?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And the mayor has not proposed to re-up the entire enhancement, so the district's annual contribution to DC Housing Authority's police force would go back to $4.2 million. Anything we should know about how that will affect your police force or public safety?
I think Chief spoke to it earlier. Councilmember
I want to make sure we get it outside of Ward 7,
Yes.
other wards too.
Go ahead, Reese.
Hey, good afternoon again. So as long as we stay with our staffing, we're good. You know, as I mentioned earlier, recruiting is always a challenge just because of competing agencies here and the compensation other agencies have to offer. So it might slow it down with our equipment and everything, just keep maintaining industry standards. So
Okay.
the extra dollar would definitely help.
And you mentioned that most of the issues that you see are not caused by residents, DC Housing Authority residents. It has the partnership with MPD been solid? Are there places that we need to look for improvements?
Just the partnership is definitely solid. So work closely with Chief Smith and her team. They've opened the doors and welcomed us. We've worked, made some significant cases, great community feedback. So that's definitely moving in the right direction.
Okay. I want to move to a very different topic, which I don't want to do with under a minute left. So instead of getting to occupancy now, let me turn to Councilmember Fruman for a second round.
I thank you. Thank you very much. Just one more minute on vacant and offline. The 70,000 figure, I sort of did quick back of the envelope math. You could do 10 with 700,000, 100 with 7 million, 1,000 with 70 million. If you sounded like you had 240 million, so that, or 140 million. So we have the capacity to do 2,000, and some of them are in 700 of them are in Section 18 applications. So there's actually probably more than enough if I'm assuming you wouldn't rehab the ones in the Section 18 if the application was granted and you were going to do something bigger there. Is that fair?
So I would say the more than enough if we were doing vacant units only. So these dollars that were counted up are for elevators, that need to be replaced, failing infrastructures. So these dollars are not strictly for just vacant rehab.
I
So
see. So
if it was, then yes, you're correct.
I see. If we do, okay. But I guess where I'm at is I'm not seeing a crying need for more capital dollars for you to do these kinds of things, but maybe maybe you see it different. But it seems like you have adequate capital dollars to do what you have the capacity to do in the coming year.
I would agree for the 80 units we're talking about per month. We have the capacity right now for that.
Okay. And then the 693 units that are offline because they're in Section 18 buildings, I guess I'm assuming that that's not all of the units in that building. And if somebody vacated a unit in one of those buildings, would you take it offline or would you rehab it?
It depends. It depends. So if it's beyond repair, and meaning that it should fall in a category that needs to be, well, I guess the dollar amount that it would take to replace it is far more than turning a unit that could just be a low level turn that we talk about. So it depends. So if it's something takes us a few weeks, maybe 30 days to turn and the cost is much less, then we will. But if it's something structural, Eartha, we would probably wait in the Section 18 piece.
But we still would evaluate it, right? Because here's the dilemma we're in right now. We got to get more units online.
Right.
And so even with the Section 18 applications, I'm not losing focus of the fact that, hey, at some point, you got to fish or cut bait, right? I mean, the longer this thing drags out, the more prevalent the vacancies become. And now I got to make a decision as the leader to say, you know what, turn the units. While we know down the road it may happen, right now the urgency is to turn these units and get people housed. So at some point, that's that moment of truth that we got to come and deal with, just so you know.
Okay, I got you. And I understand the dynamic and even if a Section 18 application was granted, that doesn't mean it's going to be 2 months later, construction is going to start. That could take 2-3 years, however long.
Yeah.
But you do have this phenomenon of, okay, this is a building that we eventually do want to turn. At what point is it too much to invest in that unit? Better to wait until we turn the whole building. On the voucher side, I scratched my head about what looked like a new entry. There's voucher allocation and there's leasing capacity, and those numbers are different.
Yeah.
And explain that, please, can someone explain the difference between those numbers? Because when I look at the allocation 16,388, leased units 12,872, that suggests, close on 4,000 unused vouchers. Then I look at leasing capacity 13,881, that makes it look like 1,000 unleased vouchers. So help me understand.
It's the weirdest thing. So the 16,000 allocation is what HUD set way back when. And every housing authority has an allocation that you never reach because there's never enough funding for it, right? So really it's all about funding capacity. And that would be the 13,000. All right, so ideally way back when HUD set this limit at 16,000 for DCHA, right? But because of the rents and when they've gone up, it's expensive to live here now, so you can't lease up to that 16,000 capacity because they don't give you money for it. So.
Okay, so then but also if the rents you were paying were lower,
then
your capacity would be higher.
Yeah.
So put a pin in that.
I see where you're going, Councilmember.
Okay, so, but then I look at total new vouchers searching 1,579, which is more than the gap between leased units and leasing capacity. So are those vouchers in somebody's hands how does that work?
So we have Noelle coming.
Good afternoon, Noelle Wishart, Utilization Supervisor. It's afternoon.
I say, who is sworn in?
So the question regarding the number of vouchers on the street, We do not expect all 1,579 families to actually utilize the voucher. There is a time frame that families do have to search. Every single one of our families that are our applicants that are deemed eligible for the voucher has 6 months to locate housing. The obligation, as described by HUD, is not we must provide housing. We are not obligated to do so. It relies on the family to do their due diligence in locating housing on their own, or even with some assistance from the DC Housing Authority, and utilize that, the subsidy.
Okay, so I guess, it's interesting because they're out on the street, people are trying, if every one of them came through, we couldn't afford it.
Exactly.
But you're counting on.
No, we could. Go ahead.
So as Noelle was speaking to, generally you have reserve dollars as Heather just said. So that's why when we talk about our budgets, there's different uses. So if we happen to lease up all 1,500 and we don't have that difference, we'll pull from our reserves to fund it.
Okay, and interesting. But you don't have any new vouchers after this 1,579 that's out there.
No.
That's correct.
No. That's it.
And so you're going to work your way through those vouchers and then you're going to be done.
Yep. They'll be fully.
Gives us more.
Unless HUD gives them more money, yeah.
Okay, and then in terms of the pace of getting folks leased up, how long would you expect it to take for you to lease up these 1,579 or whatever number of them come through?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Average time to lease up for the 1,500.
So from issuance to leasing or to lease up, it's taken the federal households about 97 days to locate housing and for DC Housing Authority to process them in.
So, you're going to be done this year.
If all leased up.
Yeah, that's
Likelihood of all leased
leasing
up.
up. Probably not going to happen.
But then you'll be into a world, if not all of them lease them, then you're going to have folks who give up their vouchers
Attrition.
and folks, and the ones that haven't been leased, and that'll be what you're working on. Be a much smaller number than what has been the case before.
Yeah.
Okay, Chairman White, can I have dispensation for 2 minutes and then I'll leave you alone? That is concerning that you're going to be out. How many people are on your waiting list?
We have remaining about 19,000. We got through the first half. It's about 38,000 when we got here, when we hit the door. And we took 19,000 and reached out to all of those folks in order to get where we are now.
Okay. All right, so we are hitting a wall with a long waiting list. Okay.
Yeah.
Takes me to rent reasonableness, which if we were paying less, we could have more. What's happening in terms of rent reasonableness? How many folks have you gone back to and said, we were paying you X, but we've done an assessment and it's X minus something?
Right. Was it 80 with 80? We did the assessment. Yeah, it was around 83 that had to be reduced.
But so 83 out of
what we did surgery.
close to 6,600. No, 5,000 something.
What was that? The 5,000 number? What?
No, how many vouchers so overall leased units is 11,000. And so 83 of those, you've gone back and said, we need to pay a lower rent.
So we did an assessment of all of the vouchers. They came back in 3 buckets: below rent reasonableness, at rent reasonableness, and over rent reasonableness. So I think it was like 200 and something that came over, right? It was 5. It came over. And out of that 500, we sent out all these letters, we redid them again, and the 83 came in.
And what happened to the other 400?
So we can definitely provide you the breakdown because I know we saw the breakdown, but of the 500 that went out, others had an opportunity to appeal. Like we allow appeal, we run through the rent reasonableness. So the buckets were some rents remained the same because it was rent reasonable. Some were decreased down to the rent reasonable amount, and then the others, those are 2 buckets. So we can get the exact breakdown because we have that, because we provided to HUD.
All right, well, this is going to be a thing that I'm going to want to follow up on, because it's obviously a issue of interest to me. And the last thing, in the affordablehousing.com tool, the square footage of the apartment is not taken into account. And we've had, there's one notorious building or set of buildings in Ward 4 where a building was chopped up into 3, 4-bedroom units, but they're very, very small. And then they get compared to a townhouse, which is the only other place in the area with. So what's happening in terms of incorporating square footage into your evaluation of rent reasonableness?
So I'll clarify first, if it's an apartment, it doesn't get, the comparables would be other apartments or condos. It wouldn't be compared to a townhouse. So that should be able to differentiate the price of a townhouse being different than that apartment being 400 or whatever square feet by bedroom size. So the second part of the question on if the square footage is already in the tax records, or if the square footage is put on the amenity sheet, then we will run the square footage in the rent reasonable system.
But it's not a mandatory field. And I think that's the thing that strikes many of us as a problem. And frankly, it strikes me as a problem in the rent registry that DHCD is working on. But it is I don't know, like 1,000 square foot 3-bedroom apartment is very different from a 500 square foot 3-bedroom apartment. And so to the extent that they're both 3-bedroom apartments, but they're compared, and the reasonableness of the rent in the 500 square foot unit is evaluated based on the 1,000 square foot unit, that's not reality. So what can we do to incorporate square footage into the analysis, given what a central factor it is in the value of the apartment?
So I can say HUD doesn't mandate it. What can we do? That's a huge staff burden. I know we can't put on staff to go in and measure units when they're doing inspections. So what can we do? We're definitely open to taking any suggestions, but mandating it or requiring staff to measure units wouldn't be feasible.
Okay, so I asked for 2 and I'm taking closer to 4, but this continues to be, I think it's an invitation to overpay, which is a boon for people who play the system and a loss to everybody who's on that wait list, because we're paying too much for some of the units that we're providing vouchers for. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. All right, so getting into some more of this tricky calculations around occupancy. So HUD measures occupancy as a percentage of units that are in DCHA's annual contributions contract total and not approved for offline status. So they can approve that some units be offline. Those aren't counted as unoccupied. At a recent board meeting, you indicated that you're setting up a new systems to get ahead of HUD-approved offline units coming back online so you can fix them in time.
Yep.
How will this affect your occupancy numbers when those units are deemed back online?
Hopefully they'll go up. That was the goal. So a little background, and we probably should have picked this up initially when we hit the door and we put together the plan to start turning units. We were sending units offline, but what we weren't doing was calculating when the ones that were already off before we got here were coming back. So obviously you look at it and you go, okay, I got this unit that just came back, but if I had known that it was like on the cusp of coming back, I would have made that a priority unit to turn, so as soon as it gets back in inventory, I can lease it. So once we took assessment of where we were last year, at the end of the year, I said, listen, Nona, give me a list by month of what units are coming back online for 25, so that now we can make sure that vendors are turning those. So when they come back into my inventory, they're ready to be leased up, as opposed to coming back still in the shape that they're in. And then I got to take more time to lease them up, and I got a vacant unit sitting for 3 or 4 months because they didn't tell me that it was coming back online, and now here we are. So that's how we're dealing with that now. So it should improve our efficiency in terms of lease up.
Okay.
Now, some of the challenges we have, I got to tell you, and Carolyn will tell you, she's been here for a couple of months now. Some people just want to live where they want to live.
Yeah.
And that's been an issue for us too. You know, some of those units, I'm not going to name any properties, but some people don't want to go to certain properties to live. So,
which is real though. I mean, all of us are selective about where we live and where we have our families, and we're gonna have to think about, you know, what are the properties that people most often reject, and how do we turn that tide?
yeah, we're looking at some things that may be able to do, a little creative. But I want to sit down with the team again and talk to the board. I've been reaching out to people, some of my friends in the industry, to talk about that very dilemma, and looking at maybe a creative way to try to increase the number of people that we can actually reach out to.
Let's follow up on that offline. It'll come back up in hearings, but you know, there may be a need to partner with MPD and really focus on driving down some of the crime stats,
right?
Along with the housing authorities, police. There may be things that would make people want to live in that that property. I'm thinking, what was the first one we visited together?
That was Kenilworth.
Kenilworth, thank you. As a woman who does programming for kids,
Yeah.
that just, you know, we discussed this, reminded me like old school DC.
Ms.
You
Hannah?
know, there might be programs like that, but I think if we can really start to understand, because we do have to get people into places that they're rejecting, but I think it'd be unreasonable for us to expect that magically people are going to start saying, yeah, I want to live, you know, in this place. We're going to have to do something differently. So let's work together to figure out what that is and start getting that done. And I think that'll help as well. And so we'll follow up on that as we check in next time as well. So the units that are about to that have been approved for offline status that are about to come back online, will most of those be habitable when they are deemed online? Or they?
That's the goal. See, initially they weren't. When they were coming
Right.
back to us, I'm like, guys, if I know it was coming back, I'd have turned it. So when it comes back officially online,
Yes.
we're marketing it right now to lease it up.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you're tracking and putting systems in place to track when a unit is coming back online and prioritizing those for repair. Okay.
Yes.
When will you have those systems up and running?
Well, we've started already.
Okay.
Yeah. In the last year, when we did the assessment of where we were, and I realized what was happening, I said, no one will put together a list for 25 of when unit by month of how many units are coming back online, so we can identify them and we can make those priorities so that when they do hit back into our inventory, we're marketing them to be leased up.
Okay. The amount of money, I'm confused here. The average cost to turn a unit, as a follow-up, you all had mentioned earlier today, something around 4,500, 7,000, whatever it was low to me, seemed low. But we had discussed this a bit in our performance oversight hearing a couple of months ago. And you sent a follow-up response where you wrote that the average cost to turn a public housing unit has increased to $53,000. What am I missing here? We talking about different things, or what's?
We have to, because what was the 4,500?
Yeah,
Refresh my memory on the
that was low.
4,500 number.
So if you could do this as a follow-up to this hearing, just confirm or restate whatever it is, the average amount to turn a unit.
So the average cost, the 57,000 for the smaller 0 to, I think, 2-bedroom size units. And as Dan Denning, when he came up, alluded to, I believe the larger bedroom sizes are average, was it 70? 76,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was hearing 7,600.
No.
Okay. All right. I was way off.
Oh, if that was it, they all be turning.
That's right. Okay. So I was very, yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm with you now. All right. But the average cost to turn a unit has increased. Okay. Why is that?
partly due to, cabinet inventory, during the pandemic, the cost of cabinets skyrocketed because of supplies. That cost has barely come down at all. Flooring costs, and labor costs. Having, contractors turn these units and they have to have skilled labor and, their cost of escalating.
I had a conversation recently. I was at a graduation for the Carpenters Union, and they had a cohort of several DC residents graduate, and just incredible to see. And one of the things they mentioned that I didn't realize is that they can, the union contract directly, and we were talking about it with respect to schools, but would it be beneficial to contract directly with some of our unions so that we can get like skilled folks and ideally DC folks, both apprentices and journeymen and women?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, we can explore, but don't get me in trouble with the other unions.
I'm not. So here's what I mean. They all like. There's a lot of work to be done.
I mean, because remember that classification of job is already covered by a union.
Okay, but the repairs, but you all contract for some of these repairs, right?
Right, we do.
Okay, all right. Well, let me follow up with you all on that. I'm looking for a solution. I'm not trying to.
No, that's
I'm looking for. Like my creativity, I'm trying to be more creative these days. I am going to follow up on that and see if there's something we can do here. I also think to the extent that we can have DC folks working on some of these projects, it'd be ideal in a number of ways. Okay, I will follow up on that. The housing choice voucher utilization is one of the other things that we track and discuss frequently. You set a goal of 90% of federal voucher utilization by the end of this calendar year. The most recent board books suggest that you've already exceeded that metric when measured based on your leasing capacity, which is per unit cost estimates, as we had discussed. Any reason to think that the federal voucher utilization will dip in the coming months? No.
Nah. I mean, people are leasing up. They really are. I know we got a lot on the street, but they are leasing up, and it's not going to drop. I mean.
Timing for voucher issuance to lease up. First of all, let me just say, thank you and kudos for working with, partners to find the gaps, plug the holes. It's always good to hear.
I heard you loud and clear last time.
I appreciate you.
I want to make sure you understand. I do listen.
I appreciate that. I was excited to hear that feedback. If we can all be rowing in the same direction, we're moving.
Remember, you told me the honeymoon was over.
I'm glad you remember that, and not just for you, for me too. So, the numbers of vouchers on the street seems high. Most recent numbers I have are April. It's 1579. These are instances where the housing authority has issued someone a voucher, but the person hasn't completed lease up. The number of federal vouchers on the street has been over 1,500 for months. It is going down, but it's been over 1,500 for months. Number of participants in the DHS programs struggling to lease up climbed from 350 to over 700 in the last few months. What's happening here? And with respect to not coming down more quickly on the federal vouchers, why are we going up in the DHS vouchers? And how do let's start there.
So DHS or federal?
Both.
So when you say
one at a time, but
so you're talking about for federal, you're talking about the numbers that are on the street that are coming down?
Yes.
So when you do vouchers, right, the goal is to try to get to 100% utilization on the federal side or any side. But also, there's attrition and people don't lease up. I mean, it happens. It's not like we're sitting there cheering them on. I mean, the reality is we want everybody to be leased up, but you still want to hit that 100% mark because you want your full funding for the next year. So it's about funding as well. So you tend to put more on the street than you know probably going to get leased up. You trend it, right? So right now I think we're trending at like what, 74% in terms of leased up on the federal side. So if you look at that and then you take in the attrition rate, you know, it's a real delicate balancing act to try to get to that 100 without overspending. And even if we do, as have indicated, you know, we have some reserves that will cover any kind of overages. So that's sort of how the federal side works. On the local side, you want to take the local?
Yes, so those extra, 300 jump. So
Yes.
if you recall from last performance, we brought up the 600 households that were a backlog of applicants. The team has done a very great job of addressing that backlog. So the majority of the increase is that backlog of families who have been deemed eligible and have now been issued a voucher.
Okay. So are more people, are an increasing number of people, are people being deemed eligible more quickly, or is the backlog just building up? Or both?
It's both, because we're addressing the backlog and we're also being more proactive in making sure that the applicants that are being submitted through DHS are being addressed on time as well.
And the backlog, not exactly, but how much of that is issues with inspection? How much of it is with affordability, public safety? What's the reason? What are the major reasons for the backlog?
So that's two separate issues. So the backlog pertain more to applicants being deemed eligible and going through the review process as to whether they're income eligible, you know, whether they meet the certain criteria for the program. The inspections is more the leasing of once I find a house, now my unit is ready for inspections. Now we can process your lease up and we can start paying subsidy. So it's two separate issues. I don't. Yeah. So the backlog applicant information, like deeming them eligible for whatever the reasoning. Let me see.
So just to add on to what Noelle said, so if you're looking at the influx of the vouchers being issued, that has nothing to do with inspections, because inspections is after they found their place. So the influx, go ahead, found it.
Yeah. So the influx of families that are now on the street is a result of us addressing those backlog of eligibility determination.
Okay.
And just to add that the backlog can come from many things. As someone up here, I can't remember what name talked to it, but sometimes it's updating paperwork and locating the individual to be able to update the paperwork. So it's a lot of back and forth, or we're maybe missing something here or there. So once we got that backlog that happened on our side, some have been on DHS's side, we've got it together. And like Noelle said, the team just worked effortlessly to at least, 300?
Yeah, I got it down to about 300 households.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Chairman, but this leads now into the whole partnership with the advocates and sitting down and going through that workflow so that now we can identify the challenging areas or the bottlenecks, however you want to call them, so that we're all working together now to improve the efficiency. So hopefully in the coming weeks, once we get together and do this planning session and meet, we come out of that room with a process that everybody's happy with, and we can share with you about how we're going to manage, track the progress of it now.
I'm excited about it. And for the benefit of the public, the folks who watch our hearings, God bless them. They probably know this already, but in case anybody's just starting to tune in to our series, you know, the commitments that the director and the team make here, we track those, and then we come back in the next hearings and we talk about them. So, you know, I want to make sure folks know it's not just kind of fluff and promises, but we do follow up and follow through on those. Some public safety issues, a little different from the policing, but earlier this week, we held a hearing on some legislative proposals that would make it easier for landlords to pursue evictions based on concerns about unsafe conduct in rental housing. As you know, because we've met with other agencies about this. Last year, the council passed an updated version of Chairman Mendelson's legislation that gave local voucher holders greater protection from having their vouchers revoked based on criminal law matters. But we did give DCHA some additional leeway to take action against people using vouchers if you have evidence that they're engaged in dangerous conduct. How is implementation of that? Have you seen any changes so far based on the changes in law that we've made?
So I don't know where Amy is or the team.
I mean, I haven't off the top of my head, but maybe Amy could speak more to it.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes. So we changed the law last year that gave some additional leeway for the housing authority to take action against voucher holders if you have evidence that they're engaged in dangerous conduct. Have you seen any changes or results from that at this point?
We'd have to get back to you on that. We, for voucher holders, yeah, I mean, because we're not always engaged with with evictions of voucher holders since those are coming from the landlords. If that's what you're asking. On the public housing side, I mean, there's certainly, sort of expedited court proceedings on an emergency basis, right, for sort of safety and security issues. And we, our council has certainly filed a number of those, I can tell you. So in conjunction with the barring notices and other, and sort of what we call fight backs that we receive from our office, from our police. But that'd be on public housing, not on voucher side. Yeah.
Let us take a look at the numbers. Nothing has jumped out at me, as I indicated earlier, with regard to that. But let us do some research on it and get back to you.
Sean Cuddy High reminded me to remind you, this is the LRSP eligibility bill.
Okay.
So we can go
That's
back.
the federal side. Okay.
But we had been in conversations with you all just about safety issues and how you have enough leeway to address them. But as you look into this, just let us know if you see anything or need anything further from us. Anything left on rent reasonableness? Councilmember Fruman's favorite topic, which I'm not mad about. Petra. Okay, so, and I got another email about this today during this hearing. We continue to hear from neighbors in Ward 4 who are upset about potential overpayments to Petra, a landlord that, according to the Attorney General, has gone out of its way to fill its apartment buildings exclusively with people who are in permanent supportive housing or other subsidized housing programs. We've gone back and forth before about whether the rent reasonableness protocol is sufficient to crack down on overpayments. And it seems like your team is convinced that you've done everything you can to avoid overpaying without running the risk of getting in trouble with HUD. Is that right?
Yes.
What else can you do to make sure you're not sending more and more tenants into a potentially toxic or unhealthy situation?
I mean, generally, to Lisa, we do an inspection of the unit. So what more can we do outside of our initial inspections before moving? We'd have to, as a team, talk through that, but generally that should be the stopgap right there. When they go and do that inspection, if it fails, then we would let the person know they'll go to another building.
But do the inspections wouldn't capture those would just capture conditions, not a situation where a landlord is putting a lot of people, concentrating a lot of people with really high needs in the same place, and that causing other like health and safety concerns. So is there something else that we should be looking at doing, or some other ways that we can at least start to flag those issues or landlords?
I would say, residents have a choice, so it's for us to go in and flag. I'd have to turn to council on that.
So, I mean, a couple of thoughts. I mean, one, as Nicole said, residents do have choice. But, we have housing navigators who are, available to assist folks to try to find, units that meet their specifications. So, I think it's not something that, we're very careful about avoiding steering people, to or away from certain sites because they are supposed to have that choice. But, certainly we have various forms of assistance available to help people locate, where they want to be.
Yeah.
So I think making them understand their housing options is a good start, and, our navigators can assist with that. We also have security deposit assistance. We have, we're working on ways to,
Yeah.
I guess, increase choice and try to remove barriers.
Yeah, but people still have agency, and I appreciate that you respect that. So I don't know what the answer is here, but
it's not a violation of the HUD requirements to concentrate voucher holders in a certain location, right? Now, obviously, there's a pending lawsuit filed by the Office of Attorney General that, alleges some issues related to that with respect to one particular landlord. And so, we'll see if some sort of local, if there's a court decision that finds that is an issue, we'll review it and work accordingly. But yeah, we're sort of in a position where we're trying to respect those choices of where people want to live.
Want to talk about financial controls for a bit. I led the council in commissioning an annual financial audit of DCHA during my first year as Housing Committee Chair, and the first audit report came out this spring. The report found some significant longstanding gaps in DCHA's financial controls, and followed up with you, Director, to secure a schedule for instituting better controls over the coming months. Are you going to be able to follow through on your plan to improve the Housing Authority's financial controls and clean up the past financial records using existing resources?
We're bringing in additional resources. Yeah.
And those are contractors?
Yes.
But you have the funding to do that?
Yes.
One set of contractors is auditors. How is their work different than the internal auditing office in the agency?
Are you talking about SB and Company?
Give me 1 second. I'm
Well, 'cause
going to refer to, not that you need to have it with you, but it's the agency's response to my letter. I did not flag this page, but it's at the back.
Well, while you're looking, I'll just kind of talk on our audit process. So you guys engaged to do the financial audit part of it, but HUD requires us to have a financial audit and a single audit, which takes a deeper dive in our major grant programs.
Let me add a little specification. In response to a letter I sent to the Housing Authority, you identify one of the things you're going to do to help correct these issues is use outside consultants. DCHA, the audit recommended that DCHA hire 2 consultants, one for agency-wide risk assessment, that's what I was getting at, and one to assist with balance sheets. So both risk assessments and balance sheets seem like things that the agency already has people doing. So why hire consultants for these?
So on the risk assessment, we don't have, I mean, we definitely have staff. This is looking at the entire agency and operations on risk assessment. So we have a risk management department, so we don't have overlap there for you can talk about your current team brought on.
Yeah, and so the other, the fee accounting or the balance sheet accounting, that's going to help us go back to previous years and work with the board to do some write-offs if needed and true those numbers up.
Sure.
But, sorry, go ahead.
So, yeah, because part of this too, understand, Chairman, is that while staff is keeping the trains running, this audit reveals past problems, and they need to stay focused on going forward. And we brought in experts to come in and clean this up because, it's got to be unraveled and it's got to be done right, and they got to focus on it. And the staff are just trying now to keep the day-to-day going, right? So that's what we talked about bringing in, and it was recommended too by the auditor that we bring them in. So, and I think that they've realized too that we needed more capacity in that regard, given the importance of this issue.
I get folks who do raise concern to me with some relative frequency about the number of consultants being brought on, and that's something I'm gonna continue to keep my eye on. I will say though, your response here makes sense to me because you have people that do the day-to-day work, and you need them to keep doing the day-to-day work so that new problems don't creep up. But when you got to go back and figure out old stuff or create systems so that you're starting to smooth things for the future, often you need, consultants either to carry more of the workload or people who have, like, let's say, systems expertise to help get you where you need to go. So that makes some sense to me. Last thing I want to touch on is just the Interagency Council on Homelessness Coordination. The ICH has asked our committee to help them systematically track each agency's resources that are specifically dedicated to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, resources that are critical, obviously, for these populations, and cuts to those resources, including federal cuts. And the Interagency Council on Homelessness includes all of our agencies that deal with this population, and then a lot of other people, nonprofits, people with lived experience, and so forth. Needless to say, homelessness prevention covers a huge part of DCHA's budget and mission. Could our teams work together to compile a write-up that works for ICH, and can we try to do that by next week? Again,
next week. Can we get two?
That seems fair and reasonable to me. Let's work together on that. Yes. But basically, all they're trying to do is attract the resources that are dedicated to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. And so I don't think it'll be cumbersome, but just in case, let's say it might take a couple weeks. But if I could just get a commitment that we can work together on that, I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
For those are all the questions I have. Again, I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing for the folks who are in this room, but the many, many folks who are not in this room. This has been a time of significant change and transition for the agency, which has not slowed or let up. And there, when the agency falls short, people suffer. When the agency improves, people's lives improve, whether or not they directly associated with you all. And again, this is an agency that folks who work in the agency know has been under a lot of scrutiny for a number of years. And I hope they see, hearings with fewer and fewer people coming to say, everything's on fire. I hope they see that and are continuing to feel that. So, again, we don't agree on everything. And, you know, sometimes we're coming down on you. Sometimes you're saying we're missing something, but we're all working in the same direction. And that's the important point. So I do appreciate the work you all are doing, and everybody at the agency appreciate all the work, sacrifice, and just continue to be dedicated to the mission. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for working with us. I mean, we're really trying hard, but we appreciate your leadership and as the whole committee, and we're here to be accountable.
Appreciate it. For anyone who, and I want to thank again our public witnesses and the folks who reach out to us between hearings to make sure we understand their perspectives. For anyone who was unable to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 1 week from, it's going to be a week from today? Yes. Okay, 1 week from today. Is that June 4th? Yes. June 4th, Friday, June 4th. Anyone who's interested may submit written testimony through. Yeah, okay. Friday, June 6th. There we go. All right. Anyone who's interested may submit written testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call us at 202-727-8270. We'll be happy to help. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee in my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhite@large.com, and we will keep you abreast and receive your feedback. That concludes the committee's business for today. The time is, thank you, 2:20 p.m., and this hearing is adjourned.